Good morning. Everyone hear me? My name is Woody Hunt, and I'm chair of the Texas Commission on Community College Finance. It is 10:08, and I would like to call the January 18th, 2022 Texas Commission on Community College Finance meeting to order. Please be aware that this meeting is being broadcast via the internet, and those present in the boardroom may be visible to the public. Before we begin, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome those joining us via video and ask they observe the following. Please state your name before you speak, mute your microphone when not speaking, and keep background noise to a minimum. Thank you. I'd also like to remind our members that your camera must remain on in order to satisfy our quorum requirements. Members, when I call your name, please announce present. Senator Larry Taylor.
Present.
Senator Brandon Creighton. Representative Oscar Longoria.
Present.
Representative Gary Van Dever. Dr. Mark Escamilla.
Present.
Dr. Steve Head. Dr. Brenda Hellier.
Present.
Dr. Brian Jones.
Present.
Dr. Brenda Kays.
Present.
Carol Scott.
Present.
Mr. Todd Williams.
Present.
Thank you. I'd like to record in the minutes that we have a quorum. I'm going to keep my remarks, and I want to apologize for the late, we had some technical difficulties for the late start. We're going to schedule this hopefully to finish by 2:30 today. I'm going to try to stay on schedule the best that I can. With that, I'd like to turn it over to the Commissioner, Dr. Harrison Keller.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Today, I'm pleased to share an update with you about our current work to refine the state 60 by 30 Texas plan. So one of the coordinating board's core functions is developing the state strategic plan for higher education, and the board also has a standing charge to provide recommendations to the legislature for aligning our state spending with the plan. Now, when I came to the coordinating board in late 2019, we began a conversation about how the 60 by 30 Texas plan might need to be updated to reflect our changing workforce needs. And the disruptions we've experienced over the past 2 years have accelerated the rate of changes that were already underway, especially to demand more digital skills and education beyond high school. So updating our plan has become even more urgent. So over the last year, the coordinating board's been working in partnership with the Texas Higher Education Foundation and with hundreds of higher education leaders, employers, policymakers, and other stakeholders across the state to review and update our plan. The updated plan is called Building a Talent Strong Texas. We're in the final phase of this work. At our last meeting in October, the board adopted the new plan's architecture. The board meets again next week and will consider the specific targets from which we'll measure progress. So this work is both timely and well aligned with the Commission's charge, because if we're going to meet our updated goals for 2030 and beyond, it's going to be vitally important for us to strengthen our community college finance system to ensure that all Texans have access to educational opportunities that will allow them to participate in, benefit from, and contribute to our Texas economy. Of course, we also have the benefit of the chairman of the commission not only having helped lead development of the original 60 by 30 Texas plan, but also participating in the steering committee for developing the updated Talent Strong Texas goals. So today, I'd like to provide the commission with a preview of our updated goals. Now, the original 60 by 30 Texas plan was designed to ensure that Texas would remain competitive in the global economy, especially by providing an educated workforce. The plan is called 60 by 30 Texas because the primary goal is to increase our post-secondary educational attainment of our young working population, age 25 to 34, so to 60% by the year 2030. The plan also includes goals on annual degree and certificate production, student debt, and a general goal that post-secondary programs should incorporate marketable skills. Now, since the plan was adopted in 2015, we've made progress on multiple fronts, but even before the pandemic, progress had stalled, and we were not on track to hit 60% by 2030. In particular, we were not on track for completions for Hispanic and Black students and for students who are low income. Overall, we were seeing a steady decline in students direct to college enrollments from high school and in community college enrollments beyond academic dual credit programs. As the Commission's already discussed, the pandemic has driven steep drops in college enrollments across the nation and in Texas, especially for first-generation college students, Hispanic students, Black students, and students who are low income. We saw sharp declines in our dual credit enrollments and in direct college enrollments. So now, as our Texas economy is roaring back, our college enrollments are up over 2019 in every sector except in our community colleges, which tend to be more sensitive to changes in local labor markets. What we're seeing in the state and national data suggests that many students are opting to work instead of enrolling in their local colleges, and this tracks with what I'm hearing in my conversations with presidents and chancellors across the state. So in considering updates to our state plan, one of our guiding principles has been that we won't back off the ambitious goals from 60 by 30 Texas for post-secondary attainment and credential production. Instead, the updated Talent Strong Texas plan is designed to raise the bar to align better with what the state needs now from higher education. The updated plan will focus on 4 broad goals. Our first goal is the attainment of degrees, certificates, and other post-secondary credentials. Now, the current plan is primarily focused on educational attainment of our young working population aged 25 to 34. Now, we don't want to lose focus on our traditional age students, but our economy has been changing faster than anyone expected, which impacts workers of all ages. So we'll be adding an attainment goal for 35 to 64-year-old Texans who need to reskill or upskill to compete in today's economy. As part of our analytics to support this broader goal, we'll also be working with institutions, employers, and with the Texas Workforce Commission to expand the scope of credentials we're tracking to include short-term credentials, industry-recognized credentials, and other credentials that the state and many of the institutions themselves haven't historically been tracking. Our second goal focuses on production of post-secondary credentials of value. Now, this goal will include 2 primary indicators, one related to the value of the credentials our institutions award, and the other related to student debt. In the current Texas plan and in state higher education plans across the nation, the emphasis has been on counting credentials, but we don't just want to produce more credentials. We want to make sure that those credentials are of value to individuals and to employers. In this context, we're primarily measuring value in terms of credentials' impact on individuals' wages, net of the typical cost of earning that credential. In other words, is a typical credential holder better off financially? So we think this indicator is a more reliable way to talk about marketable skills, not just because we say so, but because there actually is a market for a credential that's reflected in wages. So that target provides one guardrail on our production goals. We only want to count credentials that meet a minimum value threshold. The other guardrail relates to student debt. In the Talent Strong Texas update, we're proposing a new goal for student debt that's focused on students' ability to repay their debt given the typical earning for their credentials. In other words, the students either have no debt at all, because more than half our students graduate without debt, or if they do have debt, could they reasonably repay that debt given the kind of credential they're earning? Right now, we're working to link and analyze our data about credentials, earnings, and student debt so we can set appropriate initial targets. We're very excited about this work to leverage our rich Texas educational and workforce data and focus our higher education production goals on credentials that offer a clear return on investment for students and their families. Texas will be the first state to tie these data points together and condition our credential production goals on considerations of value and return on investment for students. We're also adding a new goal to our state higher education plan, and this third goal is focused on the importance of research, development, and innovation to our economy. Now, the 60 by 30 Texas goal does not include the research and development mission. But as our economy accelerates in the direction of knowledge and innovation, we think it's increasingly important to promote the strength of our state's R&D infrastructure through our higher education institutions. Now, of course, a lot of this work is going to be concentrated in our major research institutions, in our health science centers, but it's important to remember that the goals that I'm presenting now are for the state overall, and we shouldn't ignore the increasingly important roles that our regional universities and community colleges are playing for R&D through their incubators, maker spaces, software development labs, and strategic partnerships. Now, finally, across all of these overarching goals, our updated plan will renew our commitment to advancing equity. As you know, Texas demographics are changing incredibly quickly. About 95% of the state's population growth has been in communities of color, especially in our Hispanic population. So simply put, we cannot achieve our goals without advancing our goals equitably. As we operationalize our new Talent Strong Texas plan, expanding student access, promoting affordability, and removing barriers to student completion must be at the forefront of our work. Next week, the Coordinating Board will consider and adopt these new targets for our new attainment, completion, and research and development goals, and a formal report will be released soon after that. Then our focus will shift to operationalizing the new plan and making sure that our organization and programs are aligned with our new goals. A lot of important programmatic work to operationalize the plan is already underway, especially through our work with the Governor's Tri-Agency Workforce Initiative, with our partners at TEA and the Texas Workforce Commission. So, for example, later this year, we'll be releasing new data dashboards that present key information about student enrollment and success for the public and for our institutions, and new advising tools for students and families that include data about earnings and student debt. We will continue to work with our institutions, employers, chambers of commerce, and other partners to strengthen college and career advising across the state, from middle school students to adult learners. And, of course, we've been deploying multiple rounds of targeted grant funding for our colleges, universities, and health-related institutions to support student financial aid, strengthen their work in digital learning, and expand academic and training programs that are aligned with emerging workforce needs. This work, along with several other strategic programs and initiatives, has been made possible because of legislative appropriations and because of substantial targeted investments by the governor and legislative leadership of stimulus funds through the Governor's Emergency Education Relief, or GEAR, program. Texas is one of only a few states that's prioritized higher education for these GEAR funds. At the Coordinating Board, we'll continue to work closely with these institutions and employers and with our tri-agency partners, so these strategic investments will help strengthen the foundations for building a talent-strong Texas. And my team and I will keep the Commission updated about these exciting initiatives. To fully realize the long-term vision of this new state plan, however, our state finance system must be aligned with our long-term goals. As the Commission's already begun to explore, and you'll hear today from leading national experts, our Texas community colleges have vital roles to play through 2030 and beyond, especially for expanding the availability of short-term credentials that align with emerging workforce needs, expanding access to these short-term programs for working-age adults and for our dual credit students, and bolstering student success across the board. If we expect our community colleges to accelerate this important work towards building a talent-strong Texas, we've got to make sure that the resources will be there to provide opportunities across the state and align incentives for the colleges to innovate their programs, effectively support more students, and strengthen employer partnerships. So as the Commission begins its next phase of work, I hope you'll keep in mind how potential changes in the finance system can support the goals outlined in the plan and where there might be opportunities to build on the momentum of these initiatives we've launched over these past 2 years. My team and I are fully committed to partnering with you and with all our institutional partners and stakeholders as you move into this next phase of work. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman and members. I'm happy to take questions and looking forward to the presentations and discussion today.
I'd like to open up for questions for the Commissioner, members of the Commission.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Commissioner Keller, thank you for sharing this with us. I'm looking at the slide that you have showing here. I guess my question is, do we have numeric goals and target dates for what you've listed here in terms of attainment, production, and promotion? Are we keeping 60 by 30, or are we going to different numbers and target dates for these categories?
So we're not backing off of the 20 by 30 date. So the board is meeting to consider and adopt the specific targets. So I don't want to preempt my board. So this next week at the board meeting, that will be one of the important areas of focus.
And then one follow-up question. I know that before we had said degrees and certificates, and now we've added credentials of value. What's the difference between a credential of value and a certificate?
So there are a number of short-term credentials and industry-recognized credentials that we haven't been collecting. It's not like we've been collecting this data at the state and not publishing it. We haven't been collecting information on those credentials, and in many cases, institutions themselves haven't been collecting that information. So there may be work that's done in the continuing education domain or executive education domain that hasn't been part of the conversation about credential production, but still translates into a meaningful credential that helps folks get better jobs and advance in their careers. So the idea is that over these next several years, we're going to be working in close partnership with the Workforce Commission and with our institutions to expand the range of the data that we're collecting so we can connect that with other data that we have about students' educational and career pathways. This is going to be a lift for the institutions and for the agency, but will give us a more complete picture of the kind of contributions that the institutions make towards Texas Talent Pipeline.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Steve?
This is Steve Head from Lone Star College. Harrison, I know we've talked about this before, and I like what you're talking about doing. Are you thinking that this is going to be part of maybe metrics, or really the question I'm really asking is about rewarding reaching goals or behaviors that the state has identified or the coordinating board? In other words, are you putting money to the completion of 60 by 30 or reaching the goal? Is that your thing?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I mean, it's something that we would certainly recommend, is that we need to align the incentives in our finance system with our goals. One of the things I think would be a great starting point is, can we at least stop punishing institutions when they streamline students' pathways and improve their degree production, reduce time to degree? One of the negative consequences of the kind of traditional funding system we have is that institutions can actually be penalized for creative partnerships and for innovating their programs. Now, I don't know any community college chancellor or president that really just thinks about this as an economist might. I mean, but I think what it does is it creates tremendous headwind as you all are innovating your programs, and so I think that might be at least be a good place to start. As we make sure the finance system does no harm, and ideally would drive additional dollars that are aligned with what we think it would take to achieve the new goals.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Any other questions for the commission?
I do have a question. This is Brian Jones. When considering credentials of value, how much input will be received from the community colleges?
So we'll be working very closely with the community colleges especially over the next several months as we're developing the new data dashboard. So there'll be new, I'm thinking sort of late summer timeframe, we'll have new public-facing dashboards aligned with the goals. We'll be able to see by type of program, here's what earnings look like and debt looks like, here's what the production of different kinds of credentials from the colleges looks like, for example. But also working with the colleges, we want to provide more granular data reflecting back to the institutions. So over more than a year, we've been working in partnership with the institutions and other agencies to modernize our educational and workforce data infrastructure so we can have much more robust and more real-time access to data, so that when colleges report data, we can quickly reflect back to them where they are, so you could understand, is this idiosyncratic to Odessa, or is this something that we're seeing for certain student populations across the state, or is this something that that is unique to a region, that kind of thing.
Commissioner?
Yes, Mark, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's more of a statement slash I think it'll evoke some questions, but I think the idea of the term livable wage has got to be better understood. It's something that my colleagues and I talk about pretty regularly. And as we talk about credentials of value, that connection right there needs to be cleared up. I'm really keying off of Dr. Jones's comments more than anything. So those are my comments for this morning. Thank you.
Yeah, that's an important point, Mark. Thanks for bringing that up. As we've been looking at how we set value thresholds, I've spent a lot of time talking with college leaders, other agencies, and also in consulting closely with folks who worked on the National Post-Secondary Value Commission. There's a lot of different language that folks use. There are some folks that have opted to use a livable wage language, but of course that's defined a lot of different ways. Sometimes it's defined in ways that actually calculate lower than the average typical high school graduate makes today in Texas. So we want to be careful about the language we use and how we figure out how we define a livable wage or sustaining wage. This is one of the issues that we're wrestling with now with the Tri-Agency Workforce Commission. Is that a lot of folks when they say livable wage mean a lot of different things, and so we are in the Tri-Agency Initiative working on how we can zero in on something that can have a broader currency. But for the purposes of our plan, we thought it would be clearer to focus on a value threshold of students being better off. And the question is, well, when you consider the typical cost of earning a credential and what that wage premium looks like, are students net positive, essentially, and how long does it take for different types of credentials?
We have time for one more question, and we have Dr. Carnevale from Georgetown Work Center. So,
Yes, I wanted to ask.
Brenda, you have, yeah.
Yes. I wanted to go where Mark and Brian had been, and I think it aligns with exactly what the commissioner had said, but that credential of value means different if it's a workforce certificate or credential or non-certificate or a CEE versus a transfer degree. I mean, and so when I look at the role of community colleges, it's workforce is pretty significant. And ultimately workforce, even after they get an associate degree and transfer and get their bachelor's, but about 75% of what community colleges do is that transfer piece of it. And so our students who are getting a associate degree and then transferring to University of Houston to ultimately get their bachelor's, that associate degree, how you measure value may not be those first few years of having an associate degree they have to complete. And then, so how do you really look at that across the spectrum? I hope that's clear.
Yeah. Thanks for bringing that up, Brenda. And you and I have talked about these issues, and I've continue to be in conversation with college presidents about this. As we dug into these issues, there are a number of different websites and dashboards that are up there. Sometimes these dashboards will report wages that mash up folks who've completed credentials and folks who haven't completed credentials. Oftentimes they'll report wages only for folks who've earned a credential as that being the terminal credential. But especially in an associate's degree that's designed for transfer, that means that you would deflate the value of that credential because you'd filter out everybody who successfully transferred. Or an analogy I'll use a lot of times. So my own degrees are in academic philosophy. A lot of folks go into philosophy because they're interested in going to law school or they're interested in going to graduate school. If you only report wages for folks who stop with a bachelor's degree in philosophy, you wouldn't have a complete picture of the value of that credential. So our intent as we're producing these new dashboards and working in close consultation with the institutions would be to show earnings with and without subsequent credentials. So I think it would be important that folks understand, like if they're earning, say, an associate's degree that's more of a general studies degree, but it's designed as a transfer degree, that in the context of advising, students need to understand if you stop with just a terminal credential of that associate's degree, here's what the earnings look like, but the real potential is unlocked when you transfer, when you go ahead and complete the pathway. And I think we need to show both of those dimensions to provide a more complete picture of the contribution and the value of these credentials.
Thank you.
With that, I think we need to move on to Dr. Carnavelli. Is he ready to enter the our conversation?
Here I am.
Thank you. I look forward to your presentation, Dr. Carnavelli.
I have some numbers here I have to turn up.
Okay, and just for those that aren't aware, although I think everyone is aware of your role, but you lead the Center for Education and the Workforce at Georgetown University, which I think most of us, recognize is kind of the place to go on workforce data and post-secondary education related to the workforce. So with that, I will turn it over to you, sir.
Well, thank you for inviting me. It's an honor to be invited. As for the discussion you were just having, I can't help myself. My own bias is that transparency should be adhered to absolutely at the program level. I think the institutional level doesn't matter as much as it used to. The variation in program level earnings returns, employment effects, economic effects is much more varied than the differences in outcomes by institution. So essentially, I think the higher education system is shifting in terms of its mission away from institutional value to program value. And my own bias is that all programs should be transparent with respect to graduation rates, earnings returns, employability, earnings returns, and ideally working in field. That is, and that's especially true for training in my mind. If you take a short-term training course, you want it to be relevant to the job you take after you're done with the course. But the second thing is that on the earnings metrics, my own bias is there is a debate about this among economists, about community colleges, actually, and that is the metric that is most often preferred by educators, especially four-year educators, I would argue, is that the metric for any training program ought to be that the student achieves a wage either at or above the average wage for a high school graduate. Myself and the other side of the argument, I don't agree with that. I think the answer is it should be a value-added calculation, not a fixed standard. Having said that, let me go on with my remarks. That is it needs to be said, I think, that my own general bias, and I think it's pretty much everybody's bias, is that education is intended to allow individual Americans to live fully in their time, as citizens and economically independent workers. As a nation, our historical commitment to education, going back to the common school, long precedes the 1980s, when education and training, especially post-secondary education and training, gradually became the most well-traveled pathway to the middle class. We're in a new world in that regard in the United States and in post-industrial nations, OECD nations, essentially all over the world. So for me, education policy now serves many more masters than it used to. And I think one of them is gainful employment. If you're an educator, you want to give people some of the other more general benefits of education, and there are many. I think you can't complete your mission unless you can find somebody gainful employment, because in a market economy, especially one like the United States, where the welfare state is relatively small compared to, say, European nations, education policy is jobs policy. The effects of education on earnings and employment are more powerful in America than they are in other places. So I think, let me just talk a bit about Texas education policy as jobs policy, because for me, it is jobs policy. When you say that to a lot of people, you get snickers or annoyance. But I think the truth of it is, in a 21st century economy, education policy is jobs policy. It's several other things. Don't get me wrong, but I think we need to commit to that. In my story about Texas, which is what I'll stick to, is that the jobs effects of COVID are extensive and powerful. And the current literature, actually literature that's been developed since 2007, tells us that recessions, especially the 2007 recession and this COVID recession, will permanently scar young people in terms of their opportunity for lifetime earnings. And it will permanently scar institutions, I think, although institutions are subject to policy and public subsidy. So that's a whole other conversation. It's hard to predict the future of jobs in Texas precisely at the moment, with COVID still in the wings. But our best guess, our preliminary projections for Texas, which won't be done for months and months and months, is that in Texas in 2031, there will be a total of over 15 million jobs, that 2.2 million of those jobs will be available to high school dropouts. But they only represent about 14% of all jobs in Texas. So they are the smallest share. There'll be 3.7 million jobs available to high school graduates, and these represent about 24% of all the jobs in Texas in 2001. And then there will be 2.6 million jobs available to people with some college, but no degree, maybe a certificate in many cases, or an industry-based certification in many fewer cases, because most people with industry-based certifications also have a bachelor's degree. So, but these jobs, these 2.6 million jobs available to people with some college but no degree, they represent about 16% of all Texas jobs as we project them currently in 2031. There will be 1,700,000 jobs for people with associate degrees, we project in Texas, and that's about 11% of all Texas jobs. And there will be 5 million, the biggest share, jobs held by people with a bachelor's degree or a graduate degree. And these are 35%, the largest share of all Texas jobs. But it's important to note quickly that jobs and good jobs are two very different things. So let's look at where the jobs that paid at least, in our definition, we came to as a committee of economists at Georgetown and nationwide in preparation for the Gates Value Commission, for those of you who know about that. We ended up with a number after a ton of bickering. We ended up with a number that said, well, a good job is a job that pays $45,000 a year by age 40. That's a long story about how we got there. This is roughly consistent with the other definitions of good jobs, but we do not include any benefits, healthcare or retirement, significantly. We couldn't agree to that, and actually it made the data very complicated if we did. So in 2019, which is the last good year we have for Texas, the last full data year, in my judgment, there were 212,000 jobs that paid at least $45K a year by mid-career available to high school dropouts. These represent 3% of all jobs that paid, these represent 3% of all jobs, of all good jobs by our definition. The numbers were weighted toward older workers, which tells you that those jobs may not survive retirement. That is, it's not clear that in the future, the good jobs that you get as a high school dropout will go to people who are high school dropouts, although there is one flaw in all these numbers I'm using, and that is infrastructure. Infrastructure is the wild card in the game at the moment. It's a lot of jobs, and most of those jobs will go to people who have high school degrees or, I guess, dropouts with, but they'll need training. Some of them a minimal amount of training, talking about months, not years. But there will be jobs. Infrastructure sort of messes up our numbers, and I hate that. So anyway, in Texas in 2019, there were 987,000 jobs, close to 1 million jobs, that paid at least $45K a year in mid-career that were available to people with some college but no degree. And that includes people with certificates. That was 16% of all Texas jobs. There were 700,000 jobs that paid at least $45K a year that were available to people with associate's degrees. These represent 11% of all jobs that paid at least $45K. And there were 3.1 million jobs, again, the lion's share, given this breakdown, that paid at least $45K a year at mid-career for people that had BAs or better. And that's 51% of all the good jobs as we defined them. So I think as the economy recovers, notwithstanding other interruptions, notwithstanding the effects of inflation, notwithstanding lots of things, as the economy recovers, the best bet is that those jobs will come back. The pre-COVID distributions will come back and grow the usual way. And the usual way is that people with the most education, they're the last fired, they'll be the first hired going forward, again, notwithstanding infrastructure jobs. But I think it's important to realize that this is not just about COVID. There are demographic and economic trends that are already in place long before COVID arrives. And I think those will matter a great deal going forward. I think a lot of us will end up thinking of them as pre-COVID and post-COVID. They really started before COVID. Probably the most certain of those changes is demography. Demographers are very lucky. Their numbers are more often right than any other kind of social science. It's not that hard to count people. So there will be demographic changes that if something is not done, that will, in my judgment, end up in a growing division between haves and have-nots in America. Starting in 2025, the number of students in high school graduation cohorts in the United States will plunge almost 17% over a period of less than 5 years. And the current fertility numbers we're seeing suggest that this is a long-term phenomenon. That is, the COVID fertility rates are way down. I think they were going to trend down anyway. COVID apparently exacerbated that. I think we're in for all of the growth in the American labor force comes from immigration and labor force participation. I think we're running out of increases in labor force participation. So demography is it's a very important factor going forward. The demographic declines in college age people will be most severe in New England and the Mid-Atlantic states, in parts of the Midwest, same. What growth there will be, and there will be growth, will come in the West, including in Texas. So unlike the nation as a whole, in Texas, the share of, say, 18 to 24-year-olds is projected to grow over the next decade substantially by as much as 9%, almost 10%. At the same time, income inequality continues to increase in the US. And the way I've measured that here is that the share of families with 2 BAs in the household, 2 BA parents, and generally in the data, that means that the money in the bank will continue to grow as well. 2 BA families are higher earning. 2 BA families are families that have more wealth passed on through generations and so on. I think in the end, the growth in the 2 BA population in the United States, it's good news for places like the place where I work, Georgetown. That is, the market we're in is going to grow. It's not in the rest of the nation, even in places that are growing like Texas, the market will be more and more in students who don't, from households where there aren't 2 BAs. So, and with the earning that goes with that. In Texas is expected to have a lower share of growth in 2 BA families, but a higher share of growth in the college age population. So that Texas is pretty well positioned, I think. That is, you've got a growth, you're going to have growth in BA families, but you're not among the highest growth in Texas for residents of 2 BA families. It's not as high as it is in lots of other places. In Texas, the number is around 12% of high school graduates will have 2 parents with bachelor's degrees. I think the number overall nationally, when we look out several years, is almost 20% overall with 2 BA parents. So in Texas, a larger share of the college population will come from working class, low-income homes, as well as racial and ethnic minorities. On the other hand, you have an optimistic economic future on the job side, and plenty of students, or I think plenty of students to provide enough customers for your higher education system. The other thing about these families that aren't 2 BAs, they're very loan averse. That's one of the things that comes up as one of the strongest values, variables in determining their participation, whether it's participation in general, 2-year participation or 4-year participation, especially 4-year participation. So my bias is that these families will need more support. So the selective college market will grow. My job is probably not in jeopardy. But I think in the end, notwithstanding other interventions, it will maintain or increase, is my bias, the differential prospects and earnings prospects by race, class, and probably gender, once you start thinking towards high school and post-secondary and graduate degrees. Texas will also be affected by inflows and outflows. That is, in the United States, this is a rough number, roughly half of the states are importers of people, and roughly half the states are exporters of people. Texas is an importer. So between 2015 and 2019, looking backward, we find the data says that Texas is a net importer, and it's an importer at all education levels for people between the ages of 25 and 54. So overall, between 2015 and 19, Texas imported about 365,000 people and exported about 205,000 people, ages 25 to 54. So among people with high school or less, Texas imported 99,000 people and exported 50,000. Among people with some college or an associate's degree, Texas imported about 93,000 people in my chart here, and exported about 60,000 people. In those same years, 15 to 19 in Texas, among 25 to 54-year-olds with BAs or better, Texas imported about 174,000 people and exported 94,000 people. Let me just close with a couple comments that are more about policy and my biases, therefore, than about the numbers, and then I'll stop. For starters, as a general rule, looking forward, I think we need to think of our education programs as all one system, including their connection to social programs. That is, we have an education system, especially and ultimately in its relationship with labor markets. We have an education system that is built in silos. And I think all across the country, truthfully, everybody's figured out it's all one system in the end. That is, Gavin Newsom seems to be running on cradle to career support for education. I think you can do that in California, maybe not in Texas. So I think the other thing I want to say is that this distinction we make between education and training is a false distinction, a false dichotomy. In the end, general education, an academic education, a liberal arts education, in the end, that has economic value. And the way the market works is that general education or academic education has value. Specific education or education tied to careers, certainly, that has value. They are substitutes for each other. You can get really good liberal arts education and end up getting a very good job. The American labor market is not, it's more and more credentialed, which is a concern at some level. It's more and more credentialed, but you can still get a good job with a general education all the way through college. But at the same time, you can get an even better job oftentimes if you've got specific education. And in the end, the two are complements and substitutes. So when we look at, say, the American bachelor's degree compared to bachelor's degree in other OECD countries, other post-industrial economies, one of the findings, which surprised me, that we found was that the American system is superior. That is, the way we mix general and specific education does have a long-term benefit that outperforms other OECD nations in the versatility or the ability to handle change among our students. So I do think, though, to end up where I started out, I think what's coming in American higher education, and I think it's almost inevitable, is that we need to be transparent about degrees. That's my bias, not necessarily accountable. I don't think it's a good idea if you get a bunch of young people who want to major in French. I don't think you should kill the French program. But I think in the end, when it comes to transparency and all that, we should tell students what's coming, what happened to all the people who went before them in their field of study. I think they have a right to know that. One hears an argument that troubles me, which is people say to me oftentimes, yeah, but then we won't have any teachers, right? Because that's not the highest wage professional occupation. Well, I think we also have an obligation to tell the truth to our children. That is, Santa Claus is okay, the Tooth Fairy is okay, but by the time they're 18 years old, they deserve the truth. And then they can make up their own mind. All of the research we do says that they will. If everybody chased the highest performing degree, we would be a nation of petroleum engineers, which is the highest performing BA in economic terms. Everybody doesn't want to be a petroleum engineer. And of course, if everybody became one, we'd have too many of them. So I think the other thing that is crucial here, and it's happening in very fragmented, spotted ways all over the country, which is, I don't think, a bad thing. The arsenal of democracy is, in fact, in the states and the states' policies. I think that's especially true in education. But I think the first thing we need to do is to link secondary and post-secondary educational preparation. There's a lot of that going on. There are the career academies, the whole guided pathways movement, linked learning in California, the demand for more and more work-based learning. The rap you hear from the K-12 people is we want occupational exposure in middle school, no tracking. We want internships and work-based learning of some kind in high schools, no tracking. And then we want lots of programs. That is, when you get to college, the ideal case is you get work-based learning, call it internship, call it whatever you want, but you get work-based learning in your field of study. The data says that's what has the most economic power. So we've got a lot of this going on, including a surge in apprenticeships that will come with the infrastructure bill. The last thing I want to say is we need to get employers much more involved. This is always hard. American employers, for historical reasons, because we're committed to flexibility in our labor markets and in our capital markets, American employers don't like to train people that they're not going to hire. But if we get enough labor shortage, they're going to be willing to, I think, participate much more aggressively than they have in the past. I suspect that will happen in the short term. And we see all kinds of movement towards training in legislatures, which will, I think, encourage that even more. So there's a lot of that stuff that's been going on. There are a lot of models. The National Academy Foundation, those are programs that are tied to employers across the country. Pathways to Prosperity Network, PTech, Genesis Works, Urban Alliance, and so on. The other thing that the other hobby horse for me is that I think we need to make connections not only between, well, if you go all the way back, middle school, high school, post-secondary education, training, and careers, but I think that one of the places where we need to break down the silos is between 2-year and 4-year schools. And I was pleased to see that Texas, I think last year, sometime in the summer, moved to allow eligible community colleges to offer up to 5 baccalaureate degrees. So I'm very much in favor of the community college BA. It takes away all of that sturm and drang about transfer policies. And we know in the data so far, we know in the data that that is not a threat to the 4-year schools, that at least the data, current data, which is not very old, says that you add BAs into the system, mostly in fields of study where there's an obvious connection to the labor market when you give BAs in community colleges. With that, I will stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Carnavelli, and I'd like to open it for a few questions. We've got limited time because we have another presenter that will be coming on, but I want to open it up now for questions for the doctor.
I have a question, Chairman.
Yes, Todd.
Tony, thank you for your presentation. What resonated most with what you said with me is effective strategies nationally and helping systems get outside their silos and thinking our system is a pre through 16 system. I was curious as to which states you've seen have been most effective here and what have they done to try and break down these silos to try and help these groups work more effectively together.
What I think in terms of volume has been most effective is connecting high school to post-secondary education and training. Most of that is basically, if you think of linked learning in California, because California is so big, they've done that, I think, quite effectively. That they work hard at it. The difficulty they always find is getting employers involved. And then there are lots of states. There's so much of this that actually I'm in meetings where people try. It is, we don't research this and write about this because there's no damn data. But everywhere you go, it's going on. That is, I'm curious about the extent to which that's going on nationwide. It'd be nice to have a number, but that's what people like me are always after. So the notion that we need to make these connections, it is state-of-the-art thinking now, and people do it differently. In the end, I think that's where we're headed. And I think in the end, that will matter a lot. We know that we lose lots of people along the way, pre-K through up to middle school. I know less about that. Theirs is a fairly standard curriculum. Remember that when A Nation at Risk was published and launched this long era of education reform in K-12, we threw away vocational education. So, and I think that was a good thing because we ended tracking, or we took a pretty good bite out of race, class, gender tracking. But we're missing, the economy is now demanding that we make that connection between education and employment. So a lot of states are finding different ways to do that. And literally all the way from, we always had sort of AP, IB, we had a fast track for elite students through college and into good jobs. But there's a lot more than that now. There's dual enrollment, there's early college, there are things, all of these programs that attempt to start with connecting high school, college, and careers. We have no career counseling system, which is a huge problem in my judgment. And I don't see how we're going to get one. It costs a lot of money. That, I think, is the missing link in all of this.
Thank you.
Any next question? Okay. No. If no other questions, I want to thank Dr. Carnavelli for his presentation today. It's the second time I've been able to listen to you, and it's always enlightening. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now I'd like to move to Dr. David Troutman, who's from the University of Texas System, to provide a presentation on the work of the Post-Secondary Value Commission and also be available for questions afterwards.
Troutman, you're muted.
I should figure this out after 2 years. Okay, so thank you, Chairman Hunt, and thank you, Commissioner Keller, for allowing me the space to present some of the work that we've done over the last 2 years. It's really exciting work, and it's really just what I want to do over the next 30 minutes is provide you what we did and the tool, and sort of demo the tool to really dive into the credentials of value that exist for those students who receive credentials both at the 2-year and 4-year. And so I first want to talk about the goal. The Post-Secondary Value Commission started by the Gates Foundation, and really they wanted to bring together higher education experts and national leaders to examine, explore, and define the value of post-secondary education. And so there were a variety of different players involved. There were 27 commission members. Tony was one of them, Margaret Spellings, Dr. Oakley from California Community Colleges was a part of that. And they also brought in 30 researchers, and I'm one of those researchers. And so I'm at the University of Texas System. I'm the Chief Data Officer and Associate Vice Chancellor for Institutes of Research. And so I get excited about data. So if you have any questions, interrupt me and we can have a conversation as we go through this. So why did they get involved with this? There was a recent study that was released at the beginning of 2021 that really looked at the changing perceptions of the return of investment of a degree after high school as being whether rated as excellent or good, pre and post. I did not indicate post, that was the researcher. I think they were being very optimistic at the end of December 2020. So we're still in the COVID world, but what it's showing you when they asked likely voters to talk about their perceptions of the return of investment, you can quickly just see within a year the decline in their positive perspective of a return of investment after high school. And we see that both for all voters, but also for Black likely voters and Hispanic voters, where we see declines. We even just see a 1% decline for institutional leaders as well, which was interesting. But once again, we have to make sure that we access data to tell our narrative arc about why students should pursue post-secondary education after high school. And so that's really where the framework came into play. The goal was to define, so have a shared definition of college value, and then create a measurement framework for how individual colleges and universities create equitable value for students, and then have an action initiative to really think about the policies, advocacies, and communication agenda to encourage widespread application of the value definitions and measurement framework. We always say perception is reality. We have to make sure we get in front of those students to say, yes, you can do this, you can succeed, and it will benefit you in the long run. So to provide you an overview of the framework, there's a lot going on here, but let's unpack it a little bit. So conceptualizing post-secondary value is really thinking from the value of a student and the value for society. And so ensuring the value of students by equitably promoting their economic mobility, ensuring opportunity to build wealth, and improving individuals' well-being and academic, civic, and social engagement. And so as you see with the purples and the mixtures of the blues and purples, we need to acknowledge the equitable access, the affordability, the support, the completion, and earnings and overall wealth over time as it relates to pursuing a post-secondary credential. At the same time, we also think about student well-being. We know there's a lot of literature out there that says the more education you receive, the more positive well-being you'll have. You'll be learning student learning outcomes and skills, and also social justice agency. And from society, it's by equitably increasing attainment to expand the nation's public economic resources, improve public health and security, and promote civic engagement. And so the blues are really thinking about public health, civic engagement, workforce diversity and pay equity, and then public revenues and the GDP associated with an educated workforce. And that was really what the framing was about. And so my last 2 years, I spent my time focusing on this middle part of thinking about the continuum of access to wealth. And in doing so, that's why I think I was chosen to work with the Gates Foundation, and I have to really examine earnings outcomes for our students. In Texas, we have a wealth of data compared to other states across the country, and we have to take advantage of those data to connect both the post-secondary educational data with Texas workforce data to really understand what's happening to students after they've left us with receiving a credential. And so that's really where my focus area was. And so with that, we created thresholds that were associated with meeting these thresholds after completing a credential. There's a lot going on here, but that's okay. But for this, the majority of the presentation and the demo will focus on the minimum economic return. we classified that as threshold 0. Ultimately, what that means is a student meets the threshold if they earn at least as much as a high school graduate plus enough to recoup their total net price within 10 years. We have to have data and tell that narrative arc associated with students to know that, yes, if I invest the time, energy, and monies, it's going to pay dividends off in the long run. And so, and we have to do our due diligence to do that, and also making sure that we're using federal, state, and other grants and scholarships to benefit and subsidize those costs. Threshold 1 is looking at the earnings premium. What that really is getting at is really identifying the median earnings within the field of study and determining, of Texans who have a nursing degree, how are our students comparing against those nursing students or those nurses within Texas? So it's really comparing within field of study. And then looking at parity. How are white students compared to students of color? How are high income students versus low income students doing? And how are men versus women doing? And then I think what we've talked about a lot lately is just sort of the economic mobility. So that's threshold 3, and that's really understanding the measurement of whether or not a student, after receiving a credential, has moved up in the quintiles associated with income within the state of Texas. Thresholds 4 and 5 are aspirational goals in the future. We don't have the data points in hand to really think about economic security or wealth parity. Wealth is such a complex construct of thinking about 401ks, inheritances, land, different things. So right now we don't have that, but that's okay, because this is sort of a foundational piece to really stand on as we're really understanding what's happening to our students once they leave our institutions and going into the workforce. And so I want to hone in on threshold 0 again. That's really our students recouping their investment of post-secondary education. And the way we did that is really examining the student investment. So the cost of attendance minus grants and scholarships times the number of years to complete a credential. And then we distributed that across 10 years. And we used that number and we added that number to the median earnings of a high school graduate. So what we can do with the American Community Survey data is we can identify how much are Texans making by their credential. So is it high school only, less than high school only, some college, associates, bachelor's, master's, professional. And so with that, we can frame the data to really understand, are there equitable outcomes of earnings for our students who are staying within Texas? And so this is really where that threshold 0 is getting at, is you've invested your money and time. Are you at least recouping that cost? And so what I want to do is I want to share with you, let me go to a website. Okay, this is just a screenshot for you. Okay. So the Gates Foundation and I have created a website called the Post-Secondary Value Commission. And there's a wealth of information here, and it will tell you the story about the different ways and approaches that they're viewing this. And I would encourage everyone to take some time to look at that. And there's some really helpful and meaningful reports from researchers from around the country that really have examined and to understand the value of students, whether it be economic versus non-economic, the value of societies, the benefits, public benefits, the justice associated with that, and then public and private investment and the role of debt and other types of metrics associated with an ROI concept. And then now I want to go into the tool itself. So what we did is we worked with Jordan Macedera from Columbia to use national data to really understand what's happening to our students after they graduate. So what you see here, every bubble represents an institution within the United States. So it could be public, private, or proprietary. And what it's showing you is, remember we were talking about whether or not students are surpassing that threshold 0, this line right here is sort of the magic line to look at, and whether or not students are recouping their costs. When you take a step back and look at the color coding of public, private, and preparatory, you do see that, you know, the yellows of the preparatory are not recouping their costs when it comes to pursuing credentials. These credentials are rolled up at the institutional level, and we'll talk about some problematic issues for why that might be. But what we can do simply is just go through and actually sort on Texas. So click on Texas, and what it's going to provide you is the different institutions, and we'll scroll in just a little bit. And what this is going to provide you is both 4-year and 2-year institutions. So so we'll add the 4 years. So this predominantly certificates, predominantly associates, and predominantly bachelors. So let's focus in on associates and certificates. And what we can see here is that there are a number of institutions that are well beyond that threshold. And we can click on one actually, and let's click on Galveston College. So when you click on Galveston College, it's going to provide you some different metrics to look at when you're comparing earnings to threshold 0. And so what we can see from using national data, we see the cumulative net price for a student is around $11,000. So that's going to be what they're going to be paying out of pocket as they pursue that credential. Once again, this is one of the limitations with these data is because it's rolled up to the institutional level. And so it might be masking the differences in timing it's taking for certain credentials. But I think, once again, if we keep this framework as a foundation piece, Gates and others are open to modifying this framework to infuse better data to tell the narrative story of what's happening. And so what we see at 10 years after initial enrollment, we see individuals from Galveston College are making around $34,000. And we do see that the threshold 0, keep in mind, that is the net cost of attendance, plus the median earnings of a high school graduate. So it's around $27,000 is sort of that threshold to keep in mind. So they're almost plus $7,000 per year. So that's showing that they're recouping their costs, but they're also gaining sort of equity and earnings over time. And I always argue that when we start looking at earnings, you know, your first year will be your lowest earnings amount, and over time it will just exceed. So it's very helpful for a student to understand that it is worth going to Galveston College and understanding what types of degrees they offer, keeping in mind that those degrees might vary with earnings outcomes, like Tony had mentioned earlier. But it's just really helpful to see that. And so, but really just honing in, and let's say that we want to look at Northwest Vista. And you can quickly start seeing, once again, that one I always look at is earnings compared to a T0 is around $6,000. So that tells me that the investment that students are making to pursue that degree are paying off, and that's something that could be discussed. Once again, I think there's several limitations associated with these data, and I think this is where Texas and the coordinating board can take advantage of the great data that we have in Texas to tell what's happening and how it might vary, because we could argue that the credentials of value will vary based on the degrees and programs that are offered at an institution. They'll also vary based on race, ethnicity, and gender. We know from history that we see differences in earnings outcomes by race, ethnicity, and gender. We also see that credentials of value will vary based on the type of occupation or the industries that students are going into. And then we also really have to acknowledge and figure out a way to tell the story about the cost of living associated where the student has graduated and has received that job. One could argue that living in Austin, you can see the data, living in Austin is a much different experience with costs associated with housing as compared to maybe El Paso. And so really thinking about that. And so I did want to highlight a report that I produced for them to demonstrate what's happening with the UT system graduates 1, 5, and 10 years after graduation by gender and race ethnicity. So what you're seeing here is a graphic that's demonstrating earnings outcomes after receiving a bachelor's degree from our institutions. And I broke it out by Asian men, white men, Asian females, and so on and so forth. And what you can start seeing is that even at the first year after graduating, we see differences in earnings outcomes for Asian men and white men versus Hispanic female or Latinx female. What's rather disturbing is that there's a linear relationship between the earnings outcomes for white men and Asian men for 1, 5, and 10 years out. But as you can see, there's not a linear relationship for the other categories of individuals. And they actually almost start seeing a plateauing effect after year 5. So we really need to untangle what's happening to those individuals and why there might be differences in earnings outcomes. And one possible reason for that would be individual students of color and women are more likely to go into social value careers. And so we have to think about what that means and the importance of those degrees. And so sometimes it's not just about money, but it's also the social impact that these individuals are having in Texas. Our Texas teachers, our social workers, our counselors, our nurses, and really identifying what's happening after they've left us and ensuring that they have the skills and competencies needed to thrive in the workforce. But I think what this framework can do using more enhanced data is move beyond the institutional metrics of the Post-Secondary Value Commission, but really thinking about how those earnings differences vary by program and credential. So we can look at the credentials of value and how those can vary based on race, ethnicity, because we did some further analyses to really look at of those, and I can zoom in a little bit, of those who are graduating in the same field at the same institution, how do earnings differ based on male versus female? And so what we can see in the arts, communication, journalism, humanities, there are very few gaps associated between men and women in earnings outcomes. But when you start looking at the STEM fields of architecture, engineering, computer statistics, mathematics, we start seeing those gaps widen. So even at the first year, there's about a $7,000 difference in earnings. And by the 10th year, keep in mind, these are students who graduated from the same institution, with the same program. We do see around a $32,000 gap in earnings outcomes for men versus women. And this is also mirrored within the race ethnicity categories as well, in thinking about architecture, engineering, computer statistics, mathematics, and how can we create some agency for these students so that they can go into the workforce and be paid equally and fairly so that they can thrive and ultimately reach the social mobility that exists, that we know exists when receiving credentials of value in Texas. So I wanted to pause there to see if there are any questions or responses.
Dr. Troutman, open it up for members of the commission to ask questions. To make sure that we get the PowerPoint and any other information as far as access to website, the data that was presented. The staff will do that. No questions. I want to thank you very much.
Thank you.
For the work that you've done, and it's very relevant to what our efforts are here. Thank you.
Great. Thanks so much.
And with that, I'd like to move to Mr. Dane Lynn, who's from the Business Roundtable, to provide a presentation on the alignment of programs, needed skills, and be available also to answer questions. And that. Actually 3 minutes ahead of schedule, so there we go. Okay, we're ready. Jane, for your presentation.
You would think after 2 years, I would know where to turn off the mute button. And it's what a sad commentary that I have to come on to a Zoom today with so many of you to see Tony Carnavale, who I have just such a great respect for. So much of his work has really informed my work at the Business Roundtable, and prior to that, my work with the nation's governors. But I'm really pleased to spend a couple of minutes to talk with you today about some of our priorities at the Business Roundtable. I don't like commercials, but I never want to assume that you know who the Business Roundtable is. We're a CEO organization that basically represents the Fortune 300 in the United States. We're all US-based companies representing virtually every sector in the economy. And I think we have a lot we'd like to use our priorities to influence the federal policy debate. But you're going to hear me talk a couple of minutes about some of the work outside of federal policy. And that is in large part, to be quite frank about it, it is in large part because the pace of federal policy change as it relates to what we think not only corporate America's needs are, but the needs of individuals who are looking for opportunities to move up the ladder, so to speak, is moving at a glacial pace, and sometimes it's not even moving. And so I'm going to spend a couple of minutes talking about how we are firsthand, including states like Texas, trying to forge partnerships to address some of the key workforce challenges that we face as a country. You all see the BLS data, the Bureau of Labor Statistics data, the number of jobs that we currently have open today. And we remain concerned not only about the number of jobs that are open today and the ability to recruit workers, but I think an issue that few of us are not as focused on as we should be is the reskilling of the individuals who are currently in the workforce. The role of technology and the role that technology is playing in the workforce is fundamentally transforming what the workplace looks like, and what I often call the knowledge, skills, behaviors, and abilities, the KSBAs that an individual needs in order to be successful. And so there needs to be, I think, both in federal policy and the work that our companies are doing, what do we do to reskill the individuals who are working so at a minimum, they can stay with the employer that they're working. But beyond keeping your job, we think it's critically important, and I want to talk a little bit about the importance of reskilling for the purposes of upward mobility. How do we provide individuals with more skills so that they can take advantage of the next best job? And how do we provide them with additional skills that may or may not require another credential? People don't have the time, they don't have the money in order to secure that additional training. And our members, I think, are doing, companies like IBM are making significant investments to reskill their workers. In the same vein, our work at BRT has been focused on, particularly given the murder of George Floyd, around racial equity and justice, on the importance of closing that wealth gap. And so you'll see, if you go to our webpage, brt.org, you'll see the work that we've done, not just on workforce, but on healthcare and on corporate governance and on police reform and on criminal justice reform. You'll see a number of recommendations. Yes, many of them are in federal policy, but there are also a number of recommendations that we're just executing on our own because the urgency for the type of change we need is now. We can't wait for federal policy to catch up on trying to fix the problems that we're all trying to solve, and you're trying to solve, particularly at the state level. So what are the three prongs we're really focused on? First prong we're really focused on is something I've already referenced. It's about the reskilling and the upskilling so that we have more accessible and affordable education for individuals. And that's, yes, that's mostly the individuals who are currently in the workplace, but not exclusively. And that's all in the vein of increasing economic mobility. The second, I don't know what the stats are in Texas, but we think an investment in community colleges, not just more investments potentially to high quality, non-traditional providers. And, you know, I'm very familiar, for example, in the state of North Carolina, no citizen in North Carolina lives more than 20 minutes from a community college. I have to believe that, you know, it may not be 20 minutes in Texas. You're a much bigger state, much different geography than North Carolina, but it is, the community colleges are the bedrock of communities. That's where people go first. That's where 60% of Americans who go to post-secondary ed go to the community college. We need to think about not just how do we invest more in community colleges, as much as big a fan as we are of the CCs, the community colleges, we need to make sure there's some relevance to who's being trained versus what do employers need. And that's not just for jobs. And actually, the new chair of our Educational Workforce Committee is the CEO of United, Scott Kirby, who doesn't like to talk about jobs. Scott talks about careers because we need to put individuals on a trajectory toward better jobs, more skills, better jobs, better pay. And so I think we really need to look at putting more money into community colleges, but we need to ask for more too. What's the relevance of what you're doing compared to what the marketplace needs? And last but not least, it's the federal policy piece. I mean, you know, many of you are probably familiar with the Workforce Innovation and Opportunities Act, WIOA for short. There's the state workforce board, there's and there are the local workforce boards. I think if there's any potential for something to happen at the federal level, it's the reauthorization of WIOA. But if something's going to happen to reauthorize WIOA, it has to be more than tinkering around the edges. We need to expand the list of eligible providers. So non-traditional providers who are providing high quality instruction can enter the marketplace. We need to think about individual training accounts for individuals to pursue training that's relevant to what their aspirations are, what their needs are. There are a number of changes that we need to make under WIOA. We're encouraged that the Democrats and the Republicans, chair and ranking member of the committee, have begun to talk about what that reauthorization looks like. But let's be clear, WIOA is not the national strategy for workforce development. We need a national strategy and would argue that states need to think about what their state strategy is built around workforce. For us, those are the three prongs that are most important. I want to shift before I open it up for questions or comments, reactions of what you're not hearing me talk about. But the other area where we're very focused is around doing some work collectively. We know, again, a number of CEOs have significant shortages in their workforce. But some of those shortages are due by the way in which we advertise for candidates. Many companies advertise for individuals with a requirement that you have a bachelor's degree. And we all know that a bachelor's degree is not necessary for every single job in the company. So what we've embarked upon is an initiative called the Multiple Pathways Initiative. And it's essentially an attempt to revamp companies' HR systems so that there's just as much focus on skills as much as there is credentials. But please make no mistake about it. I'm not talking about eliminating degrees. I'm talking about reevaluating the jobs in companies to make sure that what the qualifications are, the qualifications we're stating for a candidate are what's needed. And not all jobs require a bachelor's degree. I think about my own daughter who's in the workforce. She went to work on the Hill. And after 4 years of going to, I think, a very good college university, I could not believe that she was a staff assistant. I thought, you're answering phones all day and you got a bachelor's degree? Why did they require the bachelor's degree? But play that out by industry, by sector, by job. So I think we are really aiming, working with approximately 80 of our companies to essentially achieve that better balance between looking for skills and or the credential. The second, which I think ties to Texas, we've been having some really good conversations with the Texas Community College system to forge a partnership of multiple employers where there is clearly a need. We have a company, a BRT member company with a significant presence in Texas. They're hiring about 1,000 accountants each year for the next several years. They need accountants. So how do we work with the community college system in Texas to look at the curriculum, make sure it's actually what that one company needs, and produce those individuals, but also provide them opportunities for work-based learning opportunities, whether that be internships or apprenticeships, so that knowing that many of our companies are hiring much earlier, how do we help those individuals have the internship so they have a leg up? And to me, that's all individuals, but there's also a racial equity component. How do we level the playing field as well? Knowing what we know about the representation of the accountant population in the United States. That's one example of a partnership. We're also in Columbus, Ohio, where we're working with a community college and I think 8 to 10 companies that are sitting down and saying, we need data analysts, we need cybersecurity analysts, and we need individuals to fill jobs for the Internet of Things. Companies are committing internships, work-based learning opportunities, so that we can build that pipeline and get them into the workforce. Those are the type of partnerships that we think will not only meet companies' needs to fill the jobs, but it will ensure alignment between the skills individuals are being taught and the skills that employers need for individuals to be successful once they get hired. But we're also using that as an opportunity to say to the community colleges, how are you using the dollars you have? Are you using them efficiently? Are you using them in a way that they respond to the employer's needs? So I could go on and on about the initiatives that we have. There are a number of them. And the last thing I would say is on the initiative front, this has become such an important issue for us. I've actually, they've changed my title in the last week. And so we're going to actually be building out a group of a number of initiatives across the country that will not just touch on workforce, but some will, given, for example, the shortage of healthcare workers in this country. But we're looking for also initiatives around the digital divide. I know Houston, for example, is a part of an effort by one of our members, the Southern Communities Initiative, that's all built all around the digital divide. So we're looking to do some work where we're finding partners in the state legislature or in the governor's office, nonprofits, for-profits, in partnership with our own companies, with a presence in Texas, whether they're headquartered there or elsewhere. So that's a little bit about what's important to us at BRT on the policy front and how we're trying to execute on solving those problems. But would love to open it up for questions or any comments that you have based on what I've said. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dale, for your presentation. So I'd like to open it to the commission members for any questions they might have for Dale.
I would love
Okay,
to go ahead.
We've got a couple. We'll start with Todd and then go to Mark.
Thank you for your presentation. Would love to understand any particular states that you think we would be well served to study and understand that seems to be attacking many of the problems that you've had.
I'm glad you asked that question, Todd. Indiana. What that governor has done in challenging the workforce system, putting pressure on them to use labor market data. I mean, I I think we all know the benefits and the downfalls of BLS data, the Bureau of Labor Statistics data, but the data system that Indiana has built and the partnership that they've created with the, I'll have to get back to the Indiana, it escapes me, but there is a non-governmental partner. It's like a mini business roundtable, if you will, that have built that with them and track the number of jobs that are open. I think it's monthly, if not more frequently. And the programs they've put in place in partnership with companies, and what he's done actually with the legislature to change the state policies around workforce and the I don't want to say pressure, but I guess it is the pressure on the state and local workforce boards that wherever they spend their money has to have a direct relationship. I mean, that's part of what I said earlier, but Indiana exemplifies that better than most. The second I would go to is North Carolina. The Research Triangle Park is changing dramatically. For those that have followed RTP, the Research Triangle Park over the past 20 plus years, it is becoming much different, in large part because of the influx, the thousands of jobs that Google and Apple are creating. And I think the role that those local economic development councils, which I think is something not many states have done very well. How do they use the governor's office of economic development and those investments? And how do they use the local or regional economic development offices? And the last thing I would say that I'm impressed with in the work that North Carolina has done, there's RTP, so there's Raleigh and there's Durham, but guess what? There are a lot of surrounding counties and they are very, very rural. They don't have the internal capacity. And what the larger cities have said is we want to partner with you. We want to build your capacity so that we're also serving the residents in rural parts of RTP so they can take advantage of the jobs that are growing in that part of the state.
Great. Thank you very much.
Mark?
Dane, I appreciate the comments, especially about the bedrock of certain areas of the country that you've talked about. I would venture to say that is also and has been the case for Texas for generations. That being community college, being where the citizenry start off on average. I think that's an important piece to kind of restate for us here in Texas. The other part of it is that I just wanted to respond to my fellow commissioners and colleagues out here is the importance of the evolution of our students that you're talking about. Where students are starting, looking at careers as opposed to jobs. I think they're inextricable from each other. I think they're all part of the same curriculum or the spectrum, if you will. And I think it's important for us to go back and reflect on those people who gain the foothold. That sustainable wage that we're hoping that they attain by way of their credentials, as you're describing, are just footholds, toeholds even of opportunity to move on into the future. I mean, some of those students become senators, isn't that right, Senator Creighton? Some of those community college students who go out and rough and tumble world of the oil field and then come back to community college and go forth. And some of them become other things in this world. But I think it's the evolution. I think is something that we've got to count on. And the point that I wanted to make there that you're inspiring and really reinforcing are the intersections between the credit and the non-credit side. So as they start off on credit side and some start off on the non-credit side, how invariably there's a significant portion of our students that are intersecting and crossing over and complementing their initial experiences with the other side of the curriculum. And those are just comments. And I tell you, your words this morning are most inspiring, and I want to thank you for your time.
No, thank you, Mark. And I want to give you an example to a point that you've made, all really good points. I think of a company like two companies like Humana and IBM, who have essentially built systems. I don't want to say just a portal, but they have built systems so that one of their employees, Dane, can work with someone inside of IBM to essentially catalog the knowledge and skills I have, compare that to what I'm aspiring to for the next best job, which is part of my career trajectory, and say, okay, if this is what I have and this is what I need, what's the gap? And then providing them either the financial assistance to secure those knowledge and skills outside of the company, or in the case of IBM and Humana, they have a wealth of courses they've developed for an individual to acquire those on his or on Dane's own time. And that's non-credit, but non-credit counts for something in the world of IBM and Humana. And that is the key.
Dane, I want to thank you also for the time that you've spent with the Texas Association of Community Colleges, and then also from our Business Advisory Council that you worked with. And I wanted to make sure I understood. So the Business Roundtable represents Fortune 300 companies, and it's kind of a membership, right?
Yes, and it's
Okay.
the CEO that's the member.
Okay. And from a state perspective, Texas doesn't necessarily participate, right, in the Business Roundtable. Is there a role for states to participate?
So we interact with Justin Yancey
Right.
on occasion, and I would describe, I think we have about 35, 36 states that have the equivalent of a state BRT. I would describe it as a loose confederation, if you will. We convene them on a regular basis. But there's no specific partnership per se. So if we have a lobbying priority, whether it's on tax issues or workforce issues, we might engage with the state BRTs, or the effort that we described in your referencing with the Texas Community College system. Anytime I go into a state, I like to at least have a touch base to make sure they're interested or not. But it's a little bit more on a case-by-case basis.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You bet.
Any additional questions for Dale? Hey, Dale, thank you very much. We greatly appreciate your presentation this morning, and look forward to continuing our discussion and dialogue with you.
You bet. Thanks for having me. And I feel really bad, the guys that are in ties.
So we're actually running 10 minutes ahead of schedule. So what I'd like to do is we have scheduled 2 o'clock today to discuss future meetings. And I'd like to have spend a few minutes on that. And so maybe that will allow us even to finish earlier today. Everyone knows you were asked your preferences on the subcommittee, because our plan is, this was our third, as everyone knows, meeting of the full commission. Our plan is for February and March to subcommittees, and the 3 subcommittees. And then our next in the full commission would be in April. And then we break back, we would go back into those subcommittees and then reconvene in several more full commission meetings before our final meeting, which would be in October. So if everyone has returned their preferences for the 3 subcommittees, greatly appreciate that. I just wanted to let you know that I am taking into consideration those preferences as much as I can. I also have to look at, the skill set. So we've got 5 members that come out of the community college, out of the institutions. We have 4 elected officials, and then we have 3, including myself, that I would call community/business representatives. So trying to take that into consideration so that we end up, as we look at each committee, that we have some diversification of skill sets. We have some geographical diversification. So I'm hopeful to bring that to conclusion maybe as early as tomorrow. I need to reach out to some of you individually, which we'll try to do tomorrow. And the reason for that is we had one committee where we had half of the commission, request that as their number one. Well, that's not going to work. So I'm going to have a dialogue, and 4 of those members happen to be our elected, so we'd have all of our elected on one committee. So I need to have a dialogue with those that we need to change, and I expect everything will be to everybody's satisfaction when we finish. But I just want to let you know that that I'm going through a thought process to make sure that we get the committee and the committee leadership as best we can, so we can have a productive 2 months before we reconvene as a full committee. I don't know, I'll turn to the commissioner and whether you have any comments on the committees and how they'll be staffed. I mean, we're going to be looking to the coordinating board and their staff to help staff those subcommittees. I will make one point is we can't go over, we'll have 2 committees of 4 and 1 committee of 3 to get to 11. We cannot have over 6 at a meeting, or we will be we would have a quorum and it would have to be a public meeting. So that we're going to try to manage that so that we'll have the flexibility of not having to post every meeting as a public meeting. Would like to make available subcommittee meetings for other non-subcommittee members of that particular subcommittee who might have an interest, would be able to attend, but we're only going to be able to add 2 non-committee members to any one of those committees. Into one, we could perhaps add 3. So those are some of the nuances that I'm going to look to the coordinating board to help manage, so we don't have any quorum issues or any public meeting issues. But I'll turn it over to Harrison to any comments that you.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just to reinforce that at the coordinating board, we look forward to supporting the working groups, both with our team and also our partners in this work. We will support the analyses to the best of our abilities. And to underline the chairman's point that the working groups should have the flexibility so that they can have more informal working sessions as well as more formal public meetings. Some of the working groups may opt to do a mix of both. Some may want to focus on just more rolling up their sleeves in work groups, and we're prepared to support the working groups however they would prefer.
I'd like to open up, for the procedures that we both just discussed, I want to make sure I've answered any questions before we get back to you with the committee assignments. Anyone has one? Okay, so we're here 4 minutes before noon. I want to have some sense of whether you want to have a shorter lunch. And so that would allow us we've got 3 more speakers, or 3 more presentations today. We've already had 4. So it's possible instead of finishing at 2:30, we might be able to finish at 2. But that gets back to, so if we want a shorter lunch where we, reconvene at 12:15, I think that would put us on a path to giving us plenty of time for questions and answers. In particular, the NGIMS group that comes at the last, I could see that being some more questions, but that's obviously up to the commission members. So is everybody okay if we just say come back at 12:15? If not, can you raise your hand and tell me you got a problem? Okay, so we're going to reconvene at 12:15, and hopefully we'll have everybody's day over as far as this by 2 o'clock. Thank you. questions from members of the commission.
Hello, I believe I was introduced. I think there was a little bit of a delay. Apologies for that. But
We can hear you
good
fine
afternoon.
now.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. Thanks for allowing me to present to you today. It's always a pleasure to present to folks in Texas. My name is Martha Snyder, as previously mentioned. I am with HCM Strategist, which is an education policy firm. We have a national presence. I actually currently reside in Albany, New York, though our physical headquarters is actually in Austin, Texas. So very familiar with the city of Austin and the state of Texas. Just wanted to give a little bit of background on me in terms of my area of focus. I work particularly on post-secondary issues and issues of affordability and finance. I've worked with several states on a variety of issues intended to support student success, student access, and particularly on the development of various funding models in both 2-year and 4-year sectors. So today I'm really going to focus on a couple of things, really trying to put Texas in some national context as much as possible. I know in the last meeting, you got a lot about how the Texas Community College funding model currently is formatted and works. And again, wanted to put that into a little bit of national context. So we'll talk a little bit about community college resources generally, and then drill into what the state support for community colleges looks like, breaking it down into a couple of different state models, again, for comparison purposes, and then some final thoughts as the commission continues its work throughout the duration of its time. So this is just a very simplified view of community college core revenues. Really shows that the majority of funding comes in that red slice, which is state and local funding. And about 30% or roughly just under a third of funding nationally for community colleges comes from tuition. And a small percentage, which shifts over time, coming from other sources, primarily from federal resources. Importantly, though, this is a simplified view because particularly that red slice, that state and local funding, is really varied across different states in the breakdown between state and local funding and what makes up the majority of that funding. This is meant to provide a little more detail on the particular breakdown between total state and local sources compared to tuition. You'll see the proportion of revenues coming from state and local sources really varies across states, ranging from about 91% of support for community colleges in Utah coming from state and local sources down to 19% in Vermont. And again, the overall funding on a per FTE basis varying widely as well. And again, there's even more nuance to be had when we're looking at the red components of these slices in terms of the role that local funding in community college finance plays. Importantly, not all states, as you'll see reflected on this map, have local funding that supports community colleges. And even in the states where there is local support, there continues to be large variation in the proportion of overall state and local support that makes up. On average, states that have local support going into community colleges, it makes about or accounts for about 35% of total state and local funding. In Texas, as was presented in the last meeting, again, it makes up around 60% currently of the state and local support going to community colleges at this time. And as Dr. Joe May presented at the last meeting, this has actually shifted slowly over time. There was a time when the state component of state and local resources was the majority owner, the majority share, and that has slowly shifted over time as state funding has been reduced and is now actually the smallest piece of the finance pie in Texas. Putting local funding in state context, certainly there are considerations as it relates to access and equity, particularly for low-income populations, where local appropriations are available for community colleges. For the operating budgets, these can provide a much more stable and sustainable source of long-term funding. than state appropriations, again, partially because state appropriations come and go as budget cycles ebb and flow. Local resources, importantly though, consideration for community colleges that have local funding is if they offer in-state in-district tuition discounts for students within the taxing district compared to those outside the taxing district. Again, as was discussed in the previous meeting, this challenge was referenced in the context of Texas. That map that was shown a couple of times with the taxing districts versus the service areas, and the fact that certainly there are a number of students that are not served by the taxing district and therefore oftentimes pay higher out-of-pocket or higher tuition than those that are within the taxing district. So certainly Texas is a state that offers in-state taxing district, and while not the only state to do so, this should certainly raise the policy question about the implications for equitable and affordable access. And we know from research, certainly, that low income and adult students are particularly sensitive to prices. And so again, just as you're undergoing the conversations and the role that local funding plays, it is important to have this context. With that as broader context, I now want to focus in on specific orientation and the approach of state funding for community colleges. Importantly, funding in higher education, including post-secondary or including community colleges, is historically different than K-12. K-12 is oftentimes considered an entitlement. Adequacy is more commonly established, and those funding models account for variations in total resources and tax capacity from local funding. These formulas often typically account for differing student characteristics. And we've seen a few states compared to higher education, right? Adequacy is not well established. We'll talk a little bit more about that. Funding is often considered discretionary. And we have seen states start to consider local revenues in an attempt to equalize total resources across institutions, but these are not prevalent models. And additionally, increasingly, state formulas are accounting for or reflecting additional weighting or funding for specific student groups. These are most prevalent in funding models that are based on outcomes or have outcomes components within their state funding models. And again, regardless of the formula developed, post-secondary, as I noted, is discretionary. So these funding models actually oftentimes revert to allocation models. They aren't guaranteed resources for the state. And so they become an allocation model that provides a rationale for how whatever amount of state resources are allocated or appropriated in a given year, how they are distributed to differing institutions. There are a set of kind of common formula components in community college funding models. These probably look familiar to the Texas context because they certainly are reflected in various ways in the current Texas funding model. A lot of funding models, a lot of community college funding models and general higher education funding models have some sort of base or core funding. Oftentimes is referred to as kind of lights on, doors open funding that is just meant to be a sustainable source of funding that comes off the top of the allocation or the appropriation in any given year before the rest of the funding is distributed through other components of the funding model. We often also see, continue to see enrollment being a primary driver of resources, particularly in community college funding, providing a certain amount of funding for the number of students enrolled. And these may include variables for different costs or differing levels of courses. Sometimes there's factors that account for varying student characteristics. So the number of low income students, the number of certain student demographics that a particular institution or district is serving. And sometimes also include a small school factor to reflect the kind of economies of scale that are needed at particular institutions. And finally, student success or outcomes components. This is similar to the student success component in Texas's current model. Many states have similar metrics. We'll get into a few state specifics in just a moment and have that are currently reflected in Texas's funding model. But the big part of this is the amount appropriated or associated with student success and outcomes is widely varied in states that have some reflection of outcomes, from less than 5% all the way up to nearly 100% in states like Ohio and Tennessee. Another important aspect of best practices for student success or outcomes funding components of overall funding models are the need or the reflection of providing additional weight or differential funding for the success of certain underserved students, such as low income and adult, the two most commonly reflected in funding models. And then certainly we are starting to see some states include priorities for certain program areas or more direct reflection of workforce needs within the funding model. As we work with states on the design of funding models, we do so really through a lens of some common principles. The first is really building a funding system that is responsive to changes in the system. So funding is based on enrollments or some proxy for enrollments. It's doing so in a way that helps to shift, that responds to shifts in where those enrollments are happening. Currently, the Texas funding model, includes student credit hour, an enrollment-driven measure, but the funding is not based on current year enrollments. There's no settle up or no appropriations that kind of catch up with where funding shifts may have happened in a particular year. The second principle is that the funding system accounts for differing student needs. Again, we've talked about this a little bit. We'll go into a little bit more detail, but really making sure that as is done in K-12 and as we are seeing increasingly in post-secondary, particularly in community colleges, you are reflecting that there's an additional need for student supports for certain students for them to be successful. The Texas funding model, as was referenced in the last meeting, particularly in the student success point component, does not account for these differing student needs or the associated costs to successfully serve them. And then the third primary principle is really a funding system that aligns with the state's current needs for a more educated and trained workforce. This really is reflected in many ways in that outcomes portion of funding models and having a priority for specific in-demand degrees or certificates. Data can certainly be a limiting factor for more direct workforce metrics, but as data systems have been enhanced and the data that states have access to, we've seen more refined approaches to incorporating and more directly aligning with workforce outcomes. Again, just to put it in the context of Texas's current model, the student success points, as has been noted, are included, but account for a relatively small proportion or small percentage of overall funding and are not necessarily reflective of specific workforce needs, particularly in demand fields, or has been discussed throughout the morning today, those credentials of value. And just one important piece here, it's certainly relatively easy, I should say, to build a funding system that considers these three aspects. But what is really more difficult is a financing system that articulates the state role or the commitment, some share that it will commit to over time in financing post-secondary educational opportunities. We had seen states, there were certainly times where states kind of committed to a third of a financing, a third coming from the state, a third coming from the institution or local resources, and a third coming from tuition. Nationally, that's broken down. That kind of commitment has broken down, again, as the states have disinvested overall in higher education as they've had to meet demands and increasing costs in entitlement programs. And then the other kind of principle that can be difficult to really navigate and consider are the varying levels of resources across institutions, either through tuition revenue or has been discussed again this morning and previously, the variations in local tax resources and local tax capacity that are present in different institutions and different districts. I do just want to spend a minute, and this certainly kind of underlines a lot of the challenges that we have in community college or even just higher ed or post-secondary finance generally, really is the lack of understanding of adequacy. As I referenced, adequacy or full cost is a well-established understanding in K-12. There's been a lot of work put into it, a lot of research, and each state, for the most part, has some reflection of adequacy in their K-12 funding models. This certainly is not common practice in higher ed. There's a really deep absence of analysis of how much it costs to successfully achieve outcomes or achieve specific outcomes. There's a lack of understanding of what that means or the varying costs for different student groups, certainly an understanding that it likely costs more to be successful with a student that comes from a low income background that needs other supports and other services to be successful, to stay enrolled, to persist and to complete. But what those costs are not clearly articulated or clearly understood. And then certainly a lack of understanding of effective practices, or at least how to scale effective practices that support student success. We've certainly had a lot of advancement in well-designed student support practices, such as co-requisite or changes in remedial education, guided pathways, and those other student success-focused funding models. But what it costs to scale those or what strategies are needed to effectively scale those are not really well understood at this point. This certainly hinders the ability, as I said, to orient around a rational financing structure for post-secondary, including community colleges. Though the good news is that the field is moving in this direction, really to better understand these costs and help inform funding levels and strategies, and certainly the role that the state can play in supporting those overall costs for success. I do believe this is part of the analysis that the commission has employed to help inform the work of this particular commission. And there's certainly other national projects out there, including one that a colleague of mine at HCM is involved in. So really, that's all just kind of important context, really the adequacy kind of underlying all of these challenges, or many of these challenges that we have in community college finance. And the fact that really cracking that nut, I think, can help pave the way for a more rational, consistent state policy and state finance for community colleges. I do want to now transition just to give a little additional comparative context on a few other state funding models and how they approach the different considerations or principles that I outlined, again, being responsive to changes or shifts where those changes are happening, reflecting the particular needs of differing students, and being aligned to state workforce and outcome needs. I chose these 3 states, Oregon, California, and Tennessee. There's not really, the primary reason I chose these 3 is because they give a good mix of the principles that have been elevated or the principles that we like to advance. There are certainly other states that we can highlight. We could do an analysis of all 50 states, depending on which particular components or principles you would like to drill in on. For example, I didn't include Ohio's community college funding model, which is primarily an outcomes-based funding model, which would have checked similar boxes to what is checked here in Tennessee. But you see here, Oregon, California, and Tennessee, just a quick summative assessment of where they fall within the principles that have been elevated. All of them are responsive to changes. So there is some attempt to settle up or to kind of account for current enrollments and to do some sort of adjustments mid-year. They account, 2 of them, California and Tennessee, in varying ways, account for differing student needs. California and Tennessee have that outcomes-based component or student success component that is intended to align to a more educated and trained workforce. And then Oregon, really the reason I pulled Oregon in was because of the fact that it is one of the only states that factors in local funding. Importantly, none of these states, as has been referenced, none of these states really articulate the state role or are guaranteed a specific level of state investment. They really are, again, allocation models, as is the case in Texas and pretty much every other higher education funding model. Just a quick funding comparison and breakdown of the different components here, including Texas. You'll see that Texas and Oregon are primarily, as well as California in many ways, are really primarily driven by enrollment. Oregon has some, or excuse me, California has some student success components to it, and that purple slice, we'll get into what that is, but it's really meant to address the differing student needs on a kind of capacity basis. And then Tennessee, as you see here, is primarily based on student success or outcomes, with about 17% of the funding going to just core operations, and the remainder going to the student success or outcome metrics of the funding model.
Ms. Snyder?
Yes.
Can I ask a quick question on this slide?
Sure.
Is this of the percentage of the total state funding, or is this the percentage of total overall funding per student?
Yeah, very excellent. But this is state funding. This is the breakdown of state funding. Yep, very important caveat.
Because I think for my commission members, because state funding is a relatively low percentage of per student funding, what looks like a healthy component for student success is really a relatively low percentage when we look at the total overall per student funding.
That's right. Yeah, very important caveat. If you were to put this in the context of total funding, each of those bars, particularly that green bar, would get less. Yeah, this is focusing specifically on how the state appropriates its resources.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. So as I said, the reason I chose to highlight Oregon is because they're one of the few states that consider local funding and state allocations. They're importantly, as an important caveat, their funding approach is almost entirely enrollment driven. They do this calculation on a per FTE allocation amount. and then break down the commitment based on local resources available, and the state fills in the rest in terms of the gaps. You'll see here in this chart the variation, the significant variation in the percentage for each of these institutions that's coming from state or local taxes versus state resources in the Community College Support Fund. Obviously, this approach comes with trade-offs, and a significant limiting factor is the reality that it does not account for differing student needs within these FTE enrollments. They're all treated the same. And it also, ensures similar FTE funding, but could be enhanced with some measures of student needs. Additionally, it doesn't incent or align in any way state needs. So there's no incentive for more efficient pathways, increased completion, or addressing specific workforce needs. There's also a trade-off to be had. When this model was first put into place, it was very controversial with several of the institutions because they felt that it limited the incentive to try and garner more local taxes. That has somewhat died down simply because there's been downward pressure at the state around raising local taxes. So it has mitigated some of those kind of pushbacks. But really this, again, just elevating this, because I know that the role of local funding and the variation of overall funding across different districts and institutions in Texas has been a key topic. And just wanted to highlight one state that is trying to address some of those equity issues when it comes to overall funding. California recently, in the last couple of years, adopted a student-centered funding formula. This funding formula really was a major shift from a just enrollment-based that did not have any sort of reflection of different student needs or any reflection of outcomes. They shifted to this three-component formula with the primary 68% or about 67% coming from enrollment, but added in two critical components. One is their equity or their supplemental, which is the number of low-income students enrolled. They have three definitions of low income: Pell Grant, California Promise, or their AB 540 students, which are undocumented students in the state that are considered low income. They also have a success component, outcomes of educational progress, transfer, completion, and wage earnings. This again has reflections of differing student needs as they are counted for all students, Pell students, and California Promise students. They do have some funding protections as they're phasing in this model to make sure that the shifts of state funding aren't so unsustainable or unpredictable for institutions. But it has been in place for a couple of years now, and the expectation is that hold harmless or that stop loss will be phased out in the 23-24 biennium. Just a quick look at the actual success metrics within the California funding model. You'll see here a reflection of some of the things that have been discussed today in terms of transfer, the balance between transfer and the balance between workforce alignment. They have both reflected in their success metrics with a regional living wage, something that is a little bit more responsive or reflective of how does the state or what does the credential or the completer actually receive from its education, some measure of ROI or actual wage earnings incorporated. Again, as I noted, this really is broken out, or it counts for all students, and then additional weights or additional counts for those from low income backgrounds. And then finally, Tennessee's outcomes-based funding model has been in place since 2010. Probably the kind of most discussed or most highlighted outcomes-based funding formula that there is, partially because it has been in place for so long. And they were really the first state to shift to almost an entirely outcomes-based funding formula. Again, you'll see here that there's 11 metrics that are really focused on a combination of student credit hour completion or progression, a set of completion benchmarks that include certain certificates that have been verified or validated by the state, and then other mission-aligned metrics such as dual enrollment, workforce training, and job placement. Again, another feature of this model. So if you were to compare this, obviously not in proportion of state funding compared to the student success components of Texas, which is a much smaller overall share. One of the key components of Tennessee's funding model really is that focused population. So this accounts for differing student needs. Again, it is something that is missing from the current success component of Texas's funding model. They have 3 identified populations and varying weights for each of those populations, depending on the number of categories that a particular student falls into. Importantly, this funding model, so it does inform the state's request each year. The state has fully funded the outcomes formula in the past 2 biennia, or the past 2 fiscal years. So while it is not, it still remains a discretionary item in the state's budget. The commitment to in the state to outcomes-based formula has resulted in the state kind of meeting its obligation or its perceived obligation to fully fund the change in outcomes that it has committed to. Just to looking at a couple of the different breakdowns here, again, when accounting for supplemental, I really want to hone in on the differing needs aspect of funding models and the importance of doing this. Again, some of this has been discussed in prior conversations. Right now, all students are treated, as though they come from the same backgrounds and kind of agnostic of additional supports that particular students might need to be successful within the Texas funding model. You'll see here when accounting for the supplemental enrollment-based funding for priority populations, as well as those components of the student success funding, it's about 21% of California's overall state-based investment. In Tennessee, it makes up about 10.6%. And then you see Oregon and Texas, it is not a consideration in how the state allocates resources to different institutions or different districts. Just one more note, again, on aligning to state needs, educated and trained workforce. We've seen a lot of progression in the incorporation of these measures in funding models, kind of incorporated into the outcomes-based components of funding models, in addition to kind of the student progression and overall completion rates. Again, as I noted, we've seen a lot of this progression or enhancement, particularly because data have gotten better. Prior to kind of more refined measures such as wage increases or return on investment, a lot of this was reflected really in just extra weighting or particular metrics for high demand credentials. We've certainly seen, again, more refinement to reflect more of an ROI or wage differential value proposition within the funding model. Certainly the model that's being implemented by the Texas State Technical College System is kind of a leading example of this. They were really the first to dip their toe all in that funding model. So I'm glad that Chancellor Reeser will be on today's panel, and you can certainly be informed by that discussion. And then just to summarize before I open up for questions, just want to give a few quick kind of summary points that really kind of are meant to summarize the discussion or the presentation today. First is certainly to consider the role or the impact of local resources on equity and access for students and resources across institutions, and certainly the incentives, as was referenced by Mr. Williams before, right? Certainly the incentives that might be baked into different levels of funding and the breakdown of those funding between state, local, and tuition. Certainly, the less the state invests and the less the state of that portion that the state invests in certain outcomes, the less impactful it is in terms of incentives. Certainly work to build the capacity to understand adequacy. What does it cost to successfully serve students from different backgrounds? And what combination of resources, once you have some better assessment of that, how do you start to fund it? What does that look like in terms of combination and funding approaches? Develop a funding model that reflects the core principles and really work to articulate the state's role in the funding for community colleges. And then finally, I did not include in here, we could drill into any of one of these aspects in pretty painstaking detail, but I did not include any reference to, certainly the role that dual enrollment is playing in current, certainly community college enrollments, but in the community college finance picture. And certainly there are equity and finance components to that, particularly in a state like Texas, where there's not consistent funding or consistent mechanisms for how those opportunities are financed. And then certainly the role that shared services can play in helping to have some efficiencies, particularly for institutions that might be smaller or have less capacity. And I know both of those are topics of discussion for future meetings, as they're referenced directly in the legislation, but certainly wanted to point out that they are important aspects to be further considered. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions or open up for discussion.
Thank you, Martha. I'll open it to members of the commission. Any questions they might have? Steve.
Yeah, Martha, this is Steve Head. I'm the chancellor at Lone Star College in the North Houston area. So I have a couple of questions for you. One, Oregon, California, and Tennessee. Is the community college system there centralized? In other words, is there a great deal of local independence on the community colleges?
So that is the case in California. In California, it's a system of community colleges. So yes, but there are local districts as well within California. In Tennessee, the community colleges are governed by the Board of Regents. And in Oregon, the only role that the state has is really in financing, directing state resources to the institutions.
Well, let me ask this another way then. So on questions of, I know in Oregon, for example, the state budgets deferred maintenance and maybe construction projects. So those are handled locally in Texas, right? So is that a factor in California? So part of this overall issue is when you've got disparities in colleges like we have, how does the state, those examples you gave, those are three really good examples, I think, of the options that you have. So I think that part of the question in Texas is going to be the role of the state versus kind of local. How much authority do you have locally, and to supplement whatever the state does? And I'm still a little unclear over how much the state in California or Tennessee or Oregon, how do they, when you mention a third, which, we had that, and it just doesn't work right. When you have assessed value and student holding steady, you get out of whack in a hurry. What's the balance between the role of the state? Is the state actually making the decisions in those states, or is it a local, from what you see?
Making the decisions in what in particular?
And are they helping to move are these state priorities? Is that how they're budgeting? And is that their role to set up the state priorities, and then you fall into that?
Yeah, so certainly when we're talking about kind of the core allocations, the core appropriations, particularly in Tennessee and California, they were very intentional when they designed their allocation model or their formula to very much align to the state goals. So as we heard from Commissioner Keller this morning, right, the 60 by 30 and the goals that are articulated in there and those priorities, that was very much the starting point for the chancellor of the community college system in California, was really to align that funding model to those goals of access, equity, and completion. And so those are the three components that you see in the funding model. And then similarly in Tennessee, going all the way back to 2010, the Complete College Tennessee Act, which articulated a set of goals and priorities for the state, and the need or the direct legislative requirement that the funding model align to those as well. In Oregon, it's less, particularly for the community colleges, it's less so. It's not as much about specific goals outside of the fact that the goal of that funding model is to have some equity in per FTE resources across the states. But certainly in Oregon and Tennessee and a whole host of other states, kind of starting with the state goal and then starting to articulate what does that mean for the funding model, and then certainly the resources that are put into the system or into the institutions has been a driving factor to kind of the orienting point of these financing decisions.
Mr. Chair, can I ask one more question?
Certainly.
I can't tell who's got there. I can't. So how, Martha, so our legislature meets every other year. Are these legislatures meeting every year? And if so, how are they actually coming up with a budget? Is that, do they set the budget and then distribute their money, or are they taking a look at all these other factors and then add money into the budget?
Yeah, so California's legislature, I don't think ever stops meeting. They are, Tennessee is a biennial budget, and Oregon, I believe, is a biennial budget as well. In terms of, do they make adjustments? I think that was your question, was do they make adjustments to kind of fully fund? No, it is an allocation or an appropriation, a set amount. And therefore these funding models revert to allocation models. And that is one of the challenges, one of the kind of challenges in higher ed is we have funding models, but they're really not funding models, they're allocation models. And that's a pretty common phenomenon.
Okay. Good report. Thank you. Very good.
Todd?
Welcome.
You're muted, Todd.
Sorry, thank you for your presentation. I was curious, you showed an analysis that showed how much of funding state and local was in Texas versus other states. I was curious as if you had a similar chart that just showed state funding as a percentage of total per student funding. Where do we stand as a percentage there?
Yeah, I actually did not include that. That's I should certainly should have, and I don't know offhand. I don't want to speak out of turn in terms of where you stand there. Recollection, you're somewhere in the lower half, but not the lower quarter. So somewhere less than state average, but not significantly so.
And would you mind sending that along to us?
Yes, I'm happy to.
The second question I have is, obviously there was a lot of discussion about funding, but obviously I also would love to understand, did you do a similar comparison of outcomes of states so that we could get a sense for their funding model relative to the outcomes that they are able to get in terms of completion rates or transfer rates for their community college systems versus other states?
I've not done that analysis. There's a significant amount of research on outcomes-based funding, both qualitative and quantitative. And so I'm happy to kind of share that summary. We have a summary of what that research says. I think what we've seen certainly in states that have adopted or gone a little bit stronger into the outcomes-based funding is it certainly changes institutional behavior. How you direct that towards specific outcomes is a little less refined or a little less understood. But I'm happy to share that summary of the research on outcomes-based funding, both quantitatively and qualitatively.
Would love to see it specifically with respect to which states dedicate the most percentage of total per student funding, not state funding, toward outcomes, toward funding outcomes. And then I would just echo for the benefit of Steve's comments and questions. I continue to struggle and think about 50 disparate systems trying to get to a state goal, and how the best way to allocate funding and also research, labor market intelligence, et cetera, to try and get those 50 disparate systems to get to a common goal quicker.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're ready to move. Oh, I'm sorry, Brenda? Oh,
yes, Martha, thank you. And thank you, Chairman. Martha, my question is, I think really quick, on your second slide where you said the simplified view, community colleges core revenues. One of the questions that I keep asking when we get these kind of data, how are you treating the federal grants like the Pell? Are you using net tuition and fees with the Pell grants taken out of that, or is this gross?
Yeah,
well,
so
go ahead.
This comes from trends in college pricing, the College Board report, which does gross. They also break it down by net, but this would be gross.
Okay, great.
Would be how it's treated.
Okay, thank you. That's how I always think it needs to be, but we don't get that all the time. So
yeah,
thank you so much.
The chef report does net, which is, so I use chef in some of the data, but for this one, it's gross.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Mark, did you have a question?
Really quickly, isn't Tennessee, Martha, a no tuition state for the students, or wasn't it at one point?
So they do have a promise program. They have the Tennessee Promise that is a last dollar scholarship for certain students. It was put in place, I think about 4 or 5 years ago. And so it's a last dollar scholarship for students under a certain income level. But yes, it is. They do have that component to them as well. And that has shifted the kind of enrollment picture or the enrollment breakdown in the state.
You. Yes.
I do have a question as well. I know we've talked about like entitlement programs and the question about it being a hand up or a hand out. So my question is in regards to the appropriation measures based on subpopulations. What type of data do you have that shows like enrollment gains, degree attainment, outcomes? Do you have anything that you can provide to us as well?
Can you just clarify a little bit more on that question?
I know we talked about like Latinx populations, African Americans, and degree attainment. How can you, from what you presented earlier, do you have anything that will show us with their funding models if they've been able to achieve more success by providing additional funding for those subpopulations?
Yeah, I can certainly provide you, what is out there in terms of the research. And I think, again, part of the challenge, regardless of whether or not those populations or their priorities are reflected, is the fact that those are best guesses, right? So the weights that Tennessee has incorporated into their funding model and the additional funding that California provides is based on best guesses, because, and just kind of the philosophy that we need to reflect this, right? There are additional costs, additional supports required for helping certain students be successful. So our funding model should support that. What it's not informed by is kind of raw data or that adequacy assessment. But to get to your question, I can certainly, provide you some analysis of, how have the outcomes, both from an enrollment access perspective, as well as outcomes for those particular populations, shifted over time.
Thank you.
Brenda Hayes, did you have a question?
I did. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Snyder, really appreciate your presentation. A lot of good information. I also have a question regarding Tennessee's outcomes-based funding. You stated that it was actually put in place back in 2010. So I'm curious with regards to whether or not it has morphed with time as the state maybe adopted different goals that it wanted to see accomplished, or has it remained pretty much static?
Yeah, it's remained remarkably static. They have made slight adjustments they do a review about every 5 years. They've made slight adjustments. So one of the big adjustments that they made in the community college funding model was actually enhancing the priority population weights. They actually added more funding to them, but the core of it has remained remarkably stable over time. They are working, I know, as has been a conversation this morning, to have more direct or more precise workforce or return on investment or return value measures incorporated. But again, the core of the funding model has remained remarkably consistent for the past 11 years.
Thank you.
Thank you, Martha. A lot of great questions there. I would like to now move on and call Michael Reeser, Chancellor for the Texas State Technical College System, to provide a presentation on the system's funding model and be available to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a pleasure to be with you all. Is my audio coming through okay?
Yes.
It is.
Super. It was a huge honor to receive your invitation to testify in front of the commission, and it would be gratifying and frankly a bit humbling if there are features about the TSTC journey and this novel way of approaching funding that the commission could use in the really important work you're doing. I pray we are helpful in your efforts. I can talk about this outcome-based approach for hours on end, but my testimony is really 2 pieces. The PowerPoint presentation will contain much more detail than my oral comments, which are designed to just kind of hop across the main points. And I assume in question and answer is where we'll drill into any details that you may find intriguing. If we'll go forward to page 3, one more there. I'll talk about 3 different areas. I'll summarize the method itself. I'll talk about the impact that the changes had on TSTC, and then some of the lessons learned. And at this point, I'd like to emphasize these are things that were particular to TSTC. Like an investment disclosure, your experiences may vary. And so I'd like to put that disclaimer out there at the very front. On page 4, let's start with the fact that TSTC shares the fact that we're a 2-year public college with the community colleges. However, there are many differences between TSTC and the community colleges, and I think 2 chief differences are our mission, the scope of our mission, and then number 2, the topic of the day, which is the funding method. By their nature, community colleges are asked to do a lot. The range of activities that they pursue are broad and comprehensive. In a way, they look like a smaller version of a university in terms of the various objectives that they have. Alternatively, TSTC's mission is very, very narrow and very focused, and that is we're to do economic development by training a skilled workforce for Texas industrial and technological needs. That's all we're supposed to do. We don't pursue university transfer. We don't do a whole lot of the other things that community colleges do. And for that reason, slide 5, if you will, the outcomes-based approach that is contained in the return value is perfect for TSTC because our mission is actually defined by a workforce goal. And that's all we are to do. So an outcomes method that is defined solely by a workforce outcome is ideally suited for us. So let's look, next slide, let's look at page 6 and we'll see this is an oversimplified version of educational funding in Texas. 2 variables and a result. Some variable of academic or organizational metric times a funding rate equals funding formula or formula funding. And that's true for everybody from kindergarten to graduate school. So next slide, you'll see TSTC has had 2 different versions of this kind of formula funding. In the old days, the main metric that was measured us was the contact hours. And that was multiplied by a funding rate and resulted in our formula funding. And it was that way for us, like the community colleges and others, for years and years and years. With the change to the return value, abandoned was the variable that measures how much academic activity or educational activity we do. And in its place was 1 metric only, and that is the employment outcomes of the people that left TSTC and went to work in Texas. In particular, what is measured is, did they go to work in Texas and how much did they earn for the first 5 years of employment? That aggregate value is compared to minimum wage, and the amount that the value exceeds a minimum wage benchmark is the return value. Then the second variable is a commission rate that's applied to that aggregate value, and the result is the funding formula indication. An easy way to think of it is, it's like a placement fee. The greater the earnings of a TSTC student for the first 5 years after graduation, the greater the value of that person's employment outcome, and therefore the more earnings that TSTC gets in a funding formula. And so go to the next slide, if you would. This approach didn't happen overnight. It actually began with a question by the chairman of the Senate Finance Committee way back in 2007. Steve Ogden was the chair in those days. And during that particular session, he challenged a lot in higher ed to consider outcomes-based funding. Well, TSTC was particularly interested in that because what we knew was the previous approach we were using was a step or 2 insulated from the actual results outcome we were asked to do in our mission. And so we felt like there was a better way to hold ourselves as an institution accountable toward our ultimate mission. And so we volunteered when the call went out. And as you can see by this timeline, It took 4 years to return to the legislature an approach. The co-board led the overall team effort, and a lot of people were involved in the development of it, but the result was the return value formula. So on page 9, the next slide, you'll see a kind of a contrast between the two, and you'll see why this unique approach was just right for a workforce college. On contact hours, we were rewarded for educational activity. And what we knew is that was going to make us maximize enrollment and maximize the number of classes that we do, because we were trying to maximize our funding. We knew too that we were being paid for essentially an input variable and not really achieving our final mission. And that made that approach more of a progress payment system than it did an actual pay for results. And so it was the state of Texas who was assuming the operational risk. When we got funding for teaching classes, it wasn't the same as getting funded for a student actually getting a job. There was always a risk a student didn't get a job, and it was the state who was assuming that. We wanted the accountability. And finally, our program mix under contact hours was driven by consumer appetite. That is, what did young people want to study? And that made it a step removed from our mission, which is produce skilled workers for Texas industry. So if you look at the right side of the page, what you'll see is the return value approach for a workforce college was ideal because it pays for final results, and therefore the college strives for those. It measures the final output, which is, did the student get a great job? It is a payment for services completed method as opposed to a progress payment. And really importantly, it puts the performance risk on the college. It is 100% our risk when a student enrolls with us as to whether we're going to get them a job or not. And we wanted that accountability because we knew it would drive a better behavior by the college.
Dr. Reeser,
You
you went
muted
mute.
yourself.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Somehow it just spontaneously muted. I don't know what happened. I'm sorry. How many slides back were we? So for, I'm
You're
sorry,
good.
go ahead.
You're good. Just
So
that
for
one.
with the new approach, now the appetite of the employer for our graduates was equally as important to the institution as the appetite that the consumer may have to sign up for a particular program. And as you'll see, that really made a giant impact in terms of our program mix. Go on to the next page, if you would. So here's an important part that Ms. Snyder actually referred to is after we switched over from the contact hour system to the return value system, everything at TSTC began to change. The entire culture of the organization began to morph. And the reason is organizations by their nature will align with their revenue streams. It's a normal organizational behavior. And we saw it in spades at TSTC. So if you go to page 11, here's a list of some of the impacts, and I'll hit on just some of them. This approach required us to carefully curate our program mix and to be market driven, not just consumer driven. Programs that didn't yield a great job had to be sunsetted and closed. Employers now were the determiners of student quality and skill sets taught, because producing the ideal skilled worker for the employee was the final measure of our success. Student loan default rates began to plummet at TSTC. We went from one of the worst in the state to one of the best in the state because students were getting gainfully employed and the cost of attendance was very modest. And so student loan defaults went in a highly positive direction. It put a new pressure on the methods and the scope of delivery for TSTC. For the first time ever, we could, a short-term program that yielded a really high-paying job would earn the same amount of formula funding as a long-term program that had low employment outcomes. In other words, the length of effort training the student was no longer an imperative on the college. And so that was a big deal. Those are just some of them. And I could spend an hour talking about other benefits, but let's go to the next slide and you'll see there were challenges too, because change is hard. The very first thing that's inherent in this formula is if you're going to get paid for results, you have to wait for the results to happen before you can measure them. And in our case, the results are 5 years of employment. So that means during the latest session, our funding formula was indicating a cohort that graduated from TSTC 6 or 7 years ago. So there's a big lag in the formula, and particularly if your volumes are moving quickly, that can be problematic. It took an enormous mindset within the institution to change the focus from an enrollment-driven or class-driven mentality to one of placement. And everything else is an ends or means to that end. Staying aligned with workforce requires constant retooling. And suddenly every program had a new imperative for an efficient and effective ROI. For that reason, there were some faculty who didn't like this change, and there were others too. And in the very beginning, we had a bit of turnover because folks wanted to do college in the way they had always done it before. So as a response, we made sure that we changed our teacher pay systems so that they aligned with faculty earned more money in the same way that the college earned more money. And then everything else had to be rethought. The impact was significant. So go to the next page. And what you'll see is over the next 3 pages, there are 3 primary lessons learned. We should be on 13 right now. The first one is that this method of funding absolutely obligated TSTC to accurately align every single thing we did with the needs of Texas industry. It made us market driven. Next slide. This also aligned all the stakeholders' best interests. Under the contact hour system, we had an incentive to make programs long. We had an incentive to enroll people in as many classes as we could get them in because our revenues were driven by factors like that. But under this situation, the best incentive of the college is also the best interest, or the best interest of the college is also the best interest of the student who wants to get in, get through, and get to a job. We want the same thing too. Get in, get through, and get a job, because then both of us have realized our final goal. When those two interests align, then the interest of the state, the interest of the employer, and the interest of the taxpayer who's paying the bill are all perfectly aligned too. Next page. So outcomes-based funding may seem on its face to be about dollars and cents. But what TSTC discovered, and we were glad because it was indeed our initial hope, is that changing the funding method, particularly to a final outcomes approach, is a compelling driver for organizational or institutional culture shift. It is inevitable. And that was the real benefit we were seeking, was taking a step closer to fulfilling our mission in a more efficient and effective way when we made the shift. So next page. So the question is, well, how did it work? The answer, oh my gosh, this chart has a bunch of weird artifacts on it. For some reason, this chart didn't come through based on what I'm seeing here on the screen. But what you'll see is those gold bars are the change in aggregate salaries of our students over the 10 years right before the pandemic. And as you can see, year over year, the value of the employment of our students continued to grow over and over and over again. In a similar curve, you could also see the number of students that we put to work grew at exactly the same slope. Generally speaking, let me get to the page so I can give you the actual numbers. Our output grew 71% over this period, and the aggregate salaries that those students earned grew 140%. So, next page. Here are some closing takeaways. And these are true at TSTC. Your results may vary. But what we found is the funding formula is a strong incentive for organizational behavior. So we found that the fact that we had a funding approach that was ideally aligned with our mission was absolutely invaluable. When the money moves, cultural changes are sure to follow. And so the institution needs to know that in advance, needs to be ready to guide itself through the chaos. We learned not everybody will be happy with the changes. And that is a nature of changing the culture in an organization. And so being ready and prepared for those kinds of discussions is particularly helpful. There are some operations within a school that will struggle as they retool to pursue a new imperative. It's just inevitable. Indeed, some may disappear altogether because they're a bit vestigial in terms of the new goals you're trying to reach. And then finally, because of all of those challenges and because of the chaos of change, the board of the institution and the leadership have to be absolutely resolute in their commitment to navigating through that change. So in the final page, page 18, I'll say this. TSTC has a particularly simple mission: put skilled workforce to work. For that reason, we have a really simple outcomes-based approach, and that is measure the economic impact of employment on the student and pay the college for that. For that reason, when the legislature selected the return value approach for TSTC, they picked the perfect approach because it's so perfectly aligned with our simple mission. And with that, I would be honored to take any questions or comments regarding this topic. Thanks again for inviting me.
Thank you, Michael. Todd.
Thank you for the presentation. Can you give me a sense for how many students you currently serve and what your enrollment growth has been over the last 10 years to compare it to your 71% and 143% figures?
So interestingly, our enrollment, we serve, it bounces around. We're soft right now because of the pandemic, so we're down around 9,000. We tend to be closer to 10,000. Now, it's important to note that all 10,000 of those are in workforce training programs. So it may sound modestly sized, but that's quite a substantial effort in terms of workforce training programs across the state. Interestingly, if you track our overall enrollment over the period of time that it was covered by that chart, you would find we actually just kind of vary. We move a bit up and down around the 9,000 to 10,000 mark. But what's remarkable about it is, given that enrollment, our output has actually grown by 71%. And our graduation rate is among the highest in Texas in the 2-year sector. What I'm saying is that if you consider that enrollment is actually the number of people that are on the assembly line at any given time, enrollment is an indication of how much work you have in progress, but it's not necessarily an indication of how much output you're getting. The velocity of kids through our system grew during the past 10 years, and the average time to completion shrunk. So while the overall volume in the pipeline appears static, the output has been growing.
So graduates per year have been growing.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then what has precluded your growth from
capital?
Capital. Because you're 100% funded by the state.
That's right. We don't have property taxes that allow us to go bond and get buildings put on the ground. Space is our constraining variable in all of our markets. Now, fortunately, the legislature during this last session gave us $210 million for capital projects, and that'll make a big difference. But we may not see an opportunity like that again for years and years and years. And so CapEx is our single biggest constraint.
Thank you.
Brenda?
Yes, Mike, it's great to see you and great.
Good to see you, Brenda. I'm sorry.
Normally
Brenda,
we run into each other, so.
Well, normally you and I are at the witness table together and you get to hear this story for about the umpteenth time.
Well, it was great. And I want to really thank you for really clarifying the different mission between TSTC and the community colleges, because it is significant, and you made that really clear. And I want to thank you for that. I also want to, when you talked about the organizational change and the culture that you had to go through to make this switch, that was also very significant. I think most of the presidents around this commission could align with that and understand, as we worked around student success points and then also the pathways work. But my question comes into our student success points, and I know you've been in our meetings, you've heard it, and just but our student success point rate has fluctuated up and down, and so it isn't really driven by production and getting better results. And so how has that been managed in your system? I mean, and when I say that, is student success points can increase, but funding will go down.
Yeah, that's a great question, Brenda, and I'll offer it to I thought it was interesting that when Ms. Snyder said, actually gave us a shout out and said it was that TSTC was going to testify and can't wait to see it. And she referred to us as dipping our toe into results-based funding. As you know, but others may not, 100% of our formula funding is defined by this, is driven by this return value. In other words, we don't get anything else other than the commission rate for the value that our students realize. But the second thing is that over the last 3 sessions, the legislature has realized and has been thankfully consistent in holding our commission rate standard session over session. And the rationale they came to embrace was, if you're going to pay someone a commission, you can't let them achieve the desired results and then change the rate. You have to fulfill the rate that was agreed to in the beginning before the work was accomplished. And so 100% all in and a set rate is part of the compelling driver that resides in outcomes-based funding.
Thank you, Mike. And one other portion question is, so you said you're 100% state funded. So do you not get tuition and fees? I guess.
Oh, no.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Let me clarify. Like any school, we get tuition and we also get federal monies in the form of Pell and things like that. Okay. But we get no property taxes, and formula funding is the bulk of the funding that we get out of the state. We have a little bit of infrastructure and we get some HEAF money, but like the university systems. But the formula, the point is we don't get any local income in the form of property taxes. So the state appropriations make up more than 50% of our budget.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions for Michael? Yes, Todd. Todd, you're muted.
Michael, what is the average student tuition paid per credential?
I don't know that number off the top of my head. I can tell you an associate degree, all fees and tuition, usually somewhere around $9,000 or $10,000.
Okay.
So that would be, yeah, we are typically toward the higher end of the 2-year scale in terms of our tuition. But then again, we have a handful of programs that have a money back guarantee. And in that case, the student can come study for 2 years or however long it takes for them to get their work done. And if they work with our placement department and we can't get them a good job within 6 months of graduation, we refund all their tuition.
I think what resonates with me is competency-based versus time-based.
Well, we are in the midst of converting the entire college to competency-based approach.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Michael?
Mr. Chair, this is Brenda Case.
Yes, Brenda.
Hi, Brenda.
Hi, Mike. How are you? Thank you so much for your presentation. It's also very good to see you. Listen, I just had a quick question for you. You had emphasized how important it was that your employers define the key skills that are being taught so that alignment with the workforce is maximized. That almost sounds to me like a customized approach, employer by employer, having to be very nimble with the changes that occur in industry. So I was just curious, are you in alignment with the WICM, the Workforce Education Course Manual, or the GIPWE, the Guide to Instructional Programs in Workforce Education, or are you outside of that in order to meet these employer demands?
The truth of the matter is the WECM, yes, we're in compliance, but the WECM manual operates at a resolution that actually isn't very fine. It's a fairly coarse sort when you're working out of the WECM manual. And we have a proprietary software product that we use called Calibrate that, and frankly, also license it to a bunch of other colleges and school systems and so forth. And we use that product to put a finer resolution on the work that we do and ensure that the learning outcomes that are taught are more universally appealing to the regional employers where each of our campuses are located. And so, yes, we're in compliance, but more than that.
Thank you, Mike. I appreciate that clarification.
Hey, well, Michael, I want to thank you for a very interesting presentation today. It's totally unique and I think very instructive for us at the commission level. Thank you very much. And,
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I'd like to move on now to our final presenters. from the National Center for Higher Education Management Systems, NGIMS, to provide a presentation on community college finance and operations, and also be available for questions. We have Mr. Dennis Jones, who's the President Emeritus, Dr. Ames McGinnis, Senior Fellow, and Dr. Brian Prescott, Vice President from NGIM.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I'm Dennis Jones. I'm going to do the presentation. My colleagues will do color commentary, and then I get to let them answer all the questions at the end. So next slide, please. As we looked at the charge to the commission, we kind of boiled it down into this being the major objective for your work. And that is to develop an approach to community college finance that is aligned with the state goals that, first of all, that community college services are accessible to students in all parts of the state. And it's the all parts of the state that is the major point of this bullet point. Second, that colleges are responsive to the differing workforce needs in all the regions of the state and to regional 60 by 30 goals. And you're going to hear us talk a lot about regions or areas of the state smaller than the state, because there's just great variation in Texas, one part of the state to the other. And so a common cut at high priority workforce needs may work really well in Houston, but not so much in El Paso. And so regionality is important. Affordability of community college education is critical. Consistent with the point that the commissioner made in his opening presentation, gaps in educational attainment are closed.
Dennis, just a second. Can everybody mute their phone, please? Thank you.
Yeah, I was hearing some feedback somewhere. The gaps in educational attainment and commissioner made clear that, we're talking about race, ethnicity, with so much of the growth in Texas being in the Hispanic population, but there are also issues of geographic region disparities and age group disparities. And those are also topics that the commissioner raised. And finally, that the colleges have sufficient funds to, it's the adequacy point that Martha Snyder put on the table. But this list of objectives make clear that it's the consumer of higher education that's important in your deliberations. Colleges are means to an end. They have to have the means to provide the outcomes. But at the end of the day, the purpose of state funding is to achieve outcomes for individuals, for employers, and for communities in all parts of the state. Next slide, please. And you've heard a lot of information from Tony and from Martha and others about Texas, but it's important to put on the table things that most of you know, but we want to even emphasize more, is that first of all, the whole notion of the reality that Texas is a locally controlled community college state. It's got a very long tradition of local control, local funding, and it's different from other states that have community college systems, because like California, Illinois, Washington, and others that have local community colleges, Texas does not have a coordinating mechanism that links statewide policy to those locally governed boards. You have the Community College Association, but that association is really more of an advocacy group, not a device for linking state policy to institutional activity. Third, and I've already mentioned this, third point is it's one of the few states where the community college taxing districts do not cover the entirety of the state. Pennsylvania, Ohio, a couple others do, but most states that have locally controlled community colleges, Oregon, Washington, California, others, those community college districts cover the entirety of the state. All counties are part of a district. So the fact that so much of the geography of Texas is outside of a taxing district makes Texas a different animal. I've already alluded to the fact that you have to pay attention to differences in regional economies. And finally, that while community colleges, as the commissioner noted, are key to meeting 60 by 30 goals, there really at the moment is no statewide strategy for eliciting the necessary responses from the colleges to meet those goals. And that puts because of the mechanisms that aren't in place, and as they are in some other states, it puts a particular burden on the finance mechanism to in fact be the device by which state goals and community college activities are brought together. So the extent to which the community college funding model is disconnected from these goals, you're never going to get to the goals as far as community colleges are concerned. Next, please. Just a quick statement about the array of community college services. Just a reminder, on the left is the variety of services all the way from remedial and developmental education, gen ed, career prep, workforce training. And at the bottom, I put one that says, and by the way, one of the roles is to be the broker on behalf of residents of a region for services provided by colleges that might be elsewhere in the state that have a capacity that your institution does not have. And there's nothing about the funding model in Texas that would encourage collaboration rather than competition. And so I put that explicitly on the table in this one. And there's also, very different audiences for community colleges. We always focus on the recent high school grads, but big chunk of what Texas Community College does is in school, it's dual enrollment. It's high school students enrolled in community college. An awful lot of the population is adults looking for their first degree or upskilling, and employers themselves are customers directly for community college services. I put these clients up in this matrix to make the point that there are revenue streams associated with different audiences and with different services. So, there's a revenue stream in contract training for, customized training for employers. There is training for adults, some of which is tied to Perkins money, for the Texas Education Agency is in fact the primary agency for funding. There is self-supporting activities in community service programs, the non-credit side of what you do. So, many different revenue streams and many different services applied to multiple audiences. It really is important to clarify how much of which you're dealing with and to sort out the unique role of state funding in this mix. Next, as we take a look at the institution as it worries about where its funding is coming from, there are in-district students, but then there are out-of-district students. There's the state, there's the taxing district, there are employers, and then there are a myriad of other sources of philanthropy, of things that look like Perkins and the federal government, et cetera. But all of these end up creating inequities across the institutions in funding, inequities based on the wealth of the tax districts, based on tuition rates that are locally established, variations based on how many and what proportion of your student body is out of district versus in district, the characteristics of students and prospective students. Are they the hard to serve students or not? And then there's the question of employer demand for customized training. How much of it do you have in your region, your district, and how much are they willing to pay for the services that you can provide them? Next. From the perspective of the student, the whole question of, where do I get my money to go to college other than my own work and borrowing? It is, are there any discounts from the institution? What's the state student aid program look like? And what do I get from the federal government, from Pell and other grant programs? And in this regard, students in Texas pay very different, end up with very different costs because of the tuition rate differentials across the districts in the state, because of the in-district versus out-of-district costs, because of variations in the ability to give institutional discounts for student financial aid. And then there's just the whole question of, even if I want, can afford to go, is the program that I need is relevant for me, available locally? So, there's so there are inequities for funding institutions. There are funding inequities when viewed from the perspective of students, all of which you have to think about as you do your work. Next. Interestingly, if we just back up, the locally controlled funding streams are tuition rates, both in district and out of district. Local boards set those, and they set tax rates. So the locally controlled sources of revenue are the big ones in Texas. The state controlled is the minor part of funding in most community colleges, but its model of allocation is based on base funding plus contact hour funding. So it's a volume, how much, and weighted by what, field, some variation, an outcome portion, and then there's grants like Perkins and some other things that come from the feds that are state controlled, but don't add up to the major part of funding. Next, please. Well, when you look at it, the state control factors are pretty consistent across college districts. It's pretty much one size fits all. The ground rules for big schools, small schools, they're pretty much the same. It's the local control factors that vary widely. Tuition rates for in-district students vary, in my quick calculation, about 250%. Tax rates, the mill rates for districts vary 650%. And it's typical that the small districts with low valuation have high rates. The big districts with high valuation have low rates. There's just a lot of inequity built into the funding that comes out of local sources. Next. And in all of this, there's one set of beneficiaries to this that benefit greatly without contributing. And those are the political entities, be they cities or counties, that lie outside of taxing districts, but get the benefits of community college services without paying for the benefits received. And the benefits that are received are paid for by students who pay higher out-of-district tuition, and they're covered in part by the in-district taxing district, who provides some subvention to those out-of-district students. I don't think there's any district where the out-of-district student tuition pays the full freight of the cost of educating those students. So there's some subvention that comes not just from the state, but from local districts. And you've seen the maps, the majority of the geographic area of Texas, but 30% of the population area of the state lies outside the college taxing districts. So how you factor that set of realities into your deliberations is an important consideration. Next. So as we go about, work that we've done in a lot of places, as we've built funding models all over the country in one way or another, but there's some particular things that you have to worry about and think about in your deliberations. First of all, you have to recognize that the state is the minority investor in community colleges. Local money and tuition is much larger than the state investment in all districts. And as a consequence, that means that if there's to be a linkage between state goals and state funding, the state investment has to be much more purposive than it has historically been. It's got to be much more closely tied to the goals that are promulgated at the state level, and tied to something that isn't just volume driven, but it's much more explicit about what is the state buying and what are they getting for that investment. You have to create incentives for colleges to contribute to attainment of state, and I put in again, regional 60 by 30 goals. You have to create a funding model that helps to ensure affordable access and to relevant community college services. So there's two ideas buried in this statement. One of them is affordability, evening out some of the disparities in what it costs a resident of Texas to go to a community college. And part of it is to ensure that there's relevance between what the community college in the local community is delivering and what the regional employers are requiring. It's back to the, what Mike just talked about, but that piece of your mission, at least writ large, has to be recognized in your funding model. And finally, you have to recognize that there really are major differing circumstances of big districts, small districts, wealthy districts, poorer districts. You take a look at the demography of Texas, a lot of the counties are losing populations. The metropolitan areas are gaining populations. All of those things factor into the issues that you have to deal with. And one final slide. That means that here's a set of really nasty little questions for you to answer as you go about your work. But one of those is, how do you reduce the funding burdens on students who pay out of district tuition? There are ways that we can talk about to do that. How do you provide adequate funding support in taxing districts that have low valuation, low property wealth, but high tax rates, and still aren't affordable for in-district students, because those are the districts that also tend to have high tuition rates. I raised the question about how do you tap out of tax district regions, counties, cities to contribute to the benefits that they receive? How do you ensure that the workforce programs are regionally relevant, not just relevant to Texas as a state? As you take a look at the current model, the high priority that you get some extra points for in funding come from statewide data, not regional data. So how do you put a finer point on that? And again, I'm back to the equity issue. How do you ensure that all students from all backgrounds can access and succeed in programs linked to regional workforce needs? So, end of presentation. We will be glad to address questions. This is a big agenda that you've got. You've heard lots of pieces of information from other presenters. But what we've tried to do is bring you back to the 30,000 foot level and say, look at the charge writ large, and this is kind of how we see it.
Thank you, Dennis. I'd like to open it up now to questions for Dennis or Ames or for Brian.
Carol,
Yes,
Dennis,
yes,
hello.
Carol.
Carol Scott, I'm a regent at Del Mar College in Corpus Christi. You talked about the local decision-making around tax rates, but you did not address tax valuations and how tax valuations both inside a taxing district and then outside a taxing district influence that. So were you covering all of that in your tax rate discussion, or is there a nuance around valuations?
No, what I did say was that different districts have very different valuations. And that's one of the drivers of very different tax rates. Because, if I take a look at some of the districts with low tax rates, they have very high valuations. I mean, a low tax rate throws off a lot of money versus some other districts where that's not the case, and where they raise the tax rate to compensate for low wealth.
I guess I was also thinking about the valuations that lay outside a taxing district. You alluded to service provided outside of a taxing district and the beneficiaries of that community college within the service area, but outside the taxing district. I guess I'm trying to wrap around those thoughts.
There's, and a lot of the more rural community colleges have a lot of geographic area to cover without any tax associated with it, any tax valuation associated with it. So yeah, there's a lot of, the bulk of Texas geography, not necessarily valuation, but geography lies outside a taxing district. But that means a significant chunk of valuation also lives outside a taxing district. Ames and Brian, if you want to get me off the hook on any of these, please jump in. Take yourself off mute and help me.
Additional questions? Yes, Steve.
You're on mute, Steve.
Yeah, you're on mute.
Okay, how's that?
That's better.
All right, this is Steve Head. I'm the chancellor at Lone Star College. So, a couple of times you've mentioned and you pointed out this, how to provide these services. So I hear you identifying the issues. So does your group have solutions to this or recommendations? For example, we know that the services are unequal across the state. So how do you go about that and without just redistributing the income? I mean, I don't know what's the recommendation of where the money would come from? Are you thinking the state needs to kick in more money, or?
One of my colleagues, do you want to jump in, Ames?
I'll give it a start and you can solve the problem. To be honest, the benefit of having worked in Texas now on this kind of an issue for, maybe 15, 20 years, is that easy answers, particularly derived from other states, simply don't fit Texas. And particularly when you emphasize Dennis's point that the relatively small share of the state, of the funding coming from the state, the weakness of that particular policy tool in influencing and really getting at the core problems, and that the core problems vary dramatically between and among colleges and regions. A one size, just my coming up with saying, well, Steve, this is the solution is a bad idea. Most of the states that have dealt with these issues have an option, which I don't think Texas is going to pick. And that is to increase the sort of a centralized direction about how this problem is handled. And in fact, even the examples that were given today are states with very different political cultures and situations. So I think the challenge for this commission is to put on the table, this is Texas, this is the way Texas handles issues, and to try to work through them with that context. And they're not easy. It's simply not just fiddling with a set of variables in the state funding formula. So I'd be naive if I came up and said 1, 2, 3, 4. These are the answers for Texas.
Sure.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
One of the realities in some other states is that, Oregon, for example, and California, both, California puts a ceiling on tax rates for local districts, which means that all districts level up to that level. And then the state comes in on top of it. It also is a state that has lower community college tuition than any other state in the country. So the state picks up a much bigger share in California than in Texas. So, the whole idea that you can borrow a solution, as Ames said, and apply it to Texas can't be done. This is one where you have to craft a Texas-specific solution. And one of the questions for you is, to what extent do you use the state money? I mean, let's put it in two buckets for just a minute. One of those is to remove inequities. And those inequities can be either to students or institutions. We haven't talked about student financial aid programs, but the Texas grant program isn't really well designed to serve adults going to community colleges, for example. So, part of the solution may well be rethinking of things that are outside the institutional funding stream for Texas community colleges. But some of it may be, as in some other states, they use state money to level up, the inequities in property tax capacity of districts. It's the old, as it's applied in K-12 systems, there's equalization funding of some ilk. So one of the question is, you go down that path in any way, shape, or form. That's separate from the completion and workforce goals that the commissioner expressed in his presentation. So, how do you divide the state money, if at all, for the equalization piece of this?
I would just chime in with one comment, which is to say that not only is there not a solution to be borrowed and dropped in intact into Texas very well, as my colleagues have said, but Texas has, as I'm sure you are all quite aware and have said in other settings before, is a great big and unique state with many different regions. And I think that the statewide approach to this needs to consider those very different regional economies when it comes down to the kinds of drivers of factors that drive where the funding likely goes as well. In keeping with Dennis's point earlier about the need for the state funding component to be very purposeful, in particular because it's a minority piece.
Thank you.
There are particular, we made a list earlier of some of the issues. I mean, one of the sort of subparts of this is what is necessary to remove disincentives or provide incentives for shared services and collaboration to ensure that there's a capacity in parts of the state to provide a full range of community college services. That if each institution is left to solve that on its own, particularly in the more rural areas of the state, the possibility is not going to be there. So the question is, what do you need to remove in terms of disincentives or put in place to have a targeted effort that those institutions can in fact serve as a receive site for capacity from other institutions such as your institution?
Right.
What would, I can't invent that, but what needs to get out of the way and what needs to be put in place? And that's unlikely to be handled in a one-size-fits-all funding formula. But could you use funding from a variety of other funding streams, particularly, for example, on workforce or other sources to really incentivize that kind of collaboration? So there's some pieces, I think, that really are worthwhile exploring. You may not be able to solve everything, but that's a major part of the issue, isn't it? I mean, and what gets in the way and what is incentivized.
Sure. Yeah, I don't think without shared services and I wrote down a couple of things that you had mentioned or Dennis had mentioned about, I think we all want everybody in Texas to have access to services.
Right.
You're not going to get I don't think a disagreement over that at all. So the question is how you do that. There are a number of, I think, colleges, like us being one of them, but there's others who are willing to share their services, and just expecting the other, and maybe in conjunction with the state or through the coordinating board, and whether it be matching or funding or whatever it may be, and not control the other colleges. That's not it at all. We just have the capacity to do certain things, and assuming that a smaller college would pay their share of that, not a profit. I'm just talking about their share of it, so to offset some of the costs. So I think there are some opportunities here. I appreciate your comments, though. Thank you.
Yeah, and there just needs to be some money in the middle that says it's to the benefit of both the receiving and sending institution to collaborate on some things, rather than to see how competitive you can be,
Sure.
which is the core of almost all community college funding in the country. It's based on a fundamentally competitive model that says we get more students, we generate more outcomes, we get a bigger share of whatever pot there is to be had. And at the end of the day, there's going to have to be some incentives for collaboration, or this in many ways won't work.
I like your comment over money in the middle. I have to remember that one. I use that at the college here. So thank you.
Dennis, there's a question in the chat thing about connecting funding to workforce outcomes.
Yeah, and that one, there really is a place in here for outcome-based funding, but it's outcome-based funding on a regional basis, not a statewide basis, if this is to be really relevant to Texas. Ames said that we've done a lot of work in Texas over the last 15 or 20 years, and we've pretty well, we analyzed at one point, just where students come from and where they go to college. And they come from wherever they come from, but they go to college close to home. And that means that there are really just about 10 regions in Texas. And if you look at them, many of them have very different demographies. They certainly have different economies. Everything about them is kind of different. And one of the most difficult things to do in state policy is to do things that recognize variation. I mean, state policy is really good about treating everybody the same because it's really hard not to. We've worked in California. They got 12 regions. They're struggling with how do they create mechanisms to be regionally relevant with state policy drivers. Nobody has solved that one very well yet.
I'll add, since I wrote the comment in the chat, I'm struck by the testimony today about how can you use state funding to drive, to address equity gaps, to address facility gaps, again, align with local labor market intelligence. I keep thinking about, in the K through 12 analogy, we have school districts that are 200,000 students in size. And we have school districts that have 200 students. And the ability to figure out what you need and what is research and what data is just so vastly different between 1,100 different school districts. We have only 50 here, but obviously we've got big varieties in terms of size and capacity. And then obviously then you compound it with what's happening on the local tax base situation. So just trying to think about the smartest use of state funding to address some of the things that I typed there in the chat.
I mean, one of the realities is that because some of these are relatively small, just like school districts, we got the same issue in Colorado. There are some really big school districts and some really little ones, and to level some things up for the really little ones doesn't cost a lot, certainly on a per student basis, just because of their size. So, there are ways to say, if the state is going to have so much money for community colleges, you put it in 2 buckets, 3 buckets, and then think about it that way, rather than trying to build a single allocation model that does all of this. I put it on the table for your consideration.
So I want to let the commission know that both the commissioner and myself are not on the screen, but we do have you and we do have audio, so you haven't lost us. So with that, I'd like, for any final questions for the NGIMS team, we're kind of at the end of our day, but I want to make sure, because their message is very important, that we give an opportunity for everybody to ask questions. Any additional questions? Okay, well, with that, thank you, Dennis, Ames, Brian. Once again, appreciate your assistance and your input. It's valued. And with that, I'd like to ask for a motion to adjourn, unless anybody has anything else to say or comments. If not, then I will ask for the motion to adjourn.
Move.
Steve made it, and do I need a second?
Second.
Okay. Senator Taylor, a second. All those members say aye.
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 Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay. All right, motion passes, and we are adjourned. Our next meeting is April 6th, and we're going to try this week to finalize our committees, and even the discussion today has been informative and input in doing that, and look forward to seeing you in the very near future. Thank you very much.